Why, howdy. Hello. Hi. Hey. Hi. Hello. What's up, everybody? Hope everything's doing good. I think that my camera keeps resetting the exposure. It's like, stop. Stop it. Anyway, I guess I'm just gonna adjust the lighting down a little bit. Here we go. It's a little bit better. Hello. Hi. It's Sunday, and that means that it's time for us to do like a chill time for a little while. We're just gonna chill. And then we have more politics stuff to talk about. Thank you to Violet, who I think is in the chat right now. Is it Violet? Are you the one who always be posting the stuff in the stream recommendations channel? Because we appreciate it. Obsis, thank you for the $10 dono. Happy Saturnalia. Happy Saturnalia. As you can see, we have changed the decoration. Oh, you know what I need to do is turn in the lights. Hold on. Yes, Queen, it's time to be festive. Let's do it. There we go. We got so many lights. Thank you for the $10 dono. And I appreciate you encouraging my festivities. Crimis, hey Lux, you have a P.O. box. I don't. I did have one, and then I didn't really get a lot of use out of it, so it lapsed. So no, I don't have a P.O. box. What I do have is Amazon wish lists, which I periodically add to for if you want to get me something for Christmas. Anyway, like it's not even December yet, okay? Anyway, yes, hi Gayfesh, hello, Donawumayo. Obsis, you always do a donation, but you could do a subscription, and you can still only do it for 1 month at a time, but it'll give you a fun color name and access to the emojis. What's up? Oh, hey, Griffey. How was your Thanksgiving? So my Thanksgiving was pretty good. I cooked for most of the day. That was what I chose for myself. There's 3 of us. It's me and my partner, and we basically adopted my younger sibling. And I basically just I pitter-pattered. I cooked a little here. I cooked a little there. I dicked around on my phone, it was just like a pretty chill day of cooking for me, which for me is a pretty chill day because I like to cook. I wanted to send you some things I've sewn from dragon print fabric. Okay, interesting. I guess it sort of depends on, I don't know, like how much interest is there in me having a P.O. box, but I'll consider setting one up. I'll think about it a little bit since you have something you want to send me. What's up, Mark? Greetings. Leaving a like on my way over to your other page. My other page? It's... Don't know who my OO says it's Xmas time officially, starting November 1st. Listen, Okay, so I am... Oh, dang, thank you. Thank you, Obsis, for the tier 1 sub. We'll all be danged. Enjoy your dicks. UPS store is better bet. Oh, okay. So I could have people just send something to a UPS store. Is that also, I guess, yeah, I would just have to drive to one. Anyway, thank you again for the tono. Look at this. Amazing. Crimis. I will do the flexing and the showing off if we get to the stream goal. If you guys want, we haven't gotten to the stream goal in a while, which is not a problem, but, not gonna harp on it. Let me throw these away. Anyway, okay, I don't think that Thanksgiving is, like, a good thing with regards to, like, the genocide, etc. But it's like, it is a harvest festival / a gathering time. It's culturally really significant in America. It's kind of more like an American holiday. And so, like, hypothetically, I am a pagan. I'm an atheist and a pagan. And I should technically have my harvest festival, my main harvest festival, in September, which is when Mabon is. We have, like, our first harvest festival. Or no. It's the second harvest festival. But that's the one that you would do the normally, like, things that you associate with Thanksgiving, would be in September. So I just didn't this year do anything for that because I was doing the Renaissance Festival, and boy howdy, was I too tired to do anything celebratory in September. Yes, the UPS store is a really good suggestion, though. Thank you. But I do think that I don't think it's right for Christmas to dominate the entire last 2 months. And so coming at this as a pagan as well, my thing is mentally like, okay, whatever. Everybody calls it Christmas, but I'm thinking of it as Yule or the solstice. And so I'm going to do solstice-y things. And typically with my decorations and with my like mentality and the stuff that I'm observing, I usually give about half the amount of time between the holidays to like switch over. So one of the kind of effects of this, if not the goal of this, is to create seasonality at all times of the year. So like this happens all year for me. But so right now we did Halloween or Samhain, and I had like the bones and stuff over here, and I only just took the bones and stuff off this weekend because I feel like, okay, Thanksgiving is probably just about the halfway point between Samhain and the solstice. So that's like my feeling of when it's okay to switch over. Like, I don't know. Like right after Thanksgiving, I think it's appropriate. You know, if you have the long weekend off anyway, it's a perfect time to do your Christmas decorations and shit anyway, too. So like, yeah, that's my personal opinion. I referred to Christmas as that stolen holiday. True. Griffey, you went to an Owl City concert? Wow. I don't know that would be a very like visually entertaining show because he's just a guy with a keyboard and he's also like weirdly Christian, but I did used to listen to his music a lot when I was younger. When I was a young warthog. I think I want to just move you guys a little bit. This thing is really weird. Okay, did that do what I wanted it to? Yeah, I think that shifted it down ever so slightly. Or maybe it didn't. I just don't need to be as far down in the frame anymore because I don't have this bar up here. I moved the bar so that when I do YouTube shorts, it's just like right here. And there's no bar. Oh, I love how the Christmas lights work. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the question. What color do we do the background lights? Because I don't want it to be all red and green, okay? But, I mean, obviously, like, there is a red and green thing happening over here. The alternative... What's the alternative color scheme, would you guys say, to red and green for the holiday season? It's like silver and blue, right? Krampus season. Blue and white. Yeah, I just don't think... I think I have so much red and blue... Or sorry, yeah, so much red and green going on right now that I don't think I can reasonably... Hold on. Hold on. Okay, this is what Christmas lights look like when I try to do Christmas colors. It kind of clashes. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Feel like it clashes a little bit. Don't think it looks great. Not loving it. Gold is a big one. That's true. Gold is a big one. What if we did gold? That feels like, well, here. Hey, maybe IDK. What about just white? Maybe this one should be off and that one can be white. I don't know. I'm still trying to establish what the vibes are going to be for this season, this Yule season, you know? Gold and green. We like this one. So I turned this one off so that it wouldn't block out the lights that are above the Christmas lights, you know? Do we think gold in this background. Here, let's try this one again. It's a little bit warmer. Still not interfering with the Christmas lights. Those are doing their own thing up there. Eh? I could hypothetically also turn this one on and just turn the lighting way down. And then it would be on, but like not as much of a disruption to those lights up there. IDK, my BFF Jill. Yes, the lead singer, Adam Young, is Christian. He's been openly Christian since the beginning of his career. As an atheist, I don't listen to... Yeah, no, that's how I am, Griffey. I listen to Owl City. I kind of avoid their Christian songs. I was just really disappointed when I used to listen to him and, like, the religious references were pretty minor. And then at a certain point in his career, he would release a song called Galaxies. And I was like, fuck yeah. Like, this man's wordplay, like a song about galaxies, that's going to be a hell of a good time. And then it was just a completely all Jesus-y song. And listen, I don't have anything against Jesus as a dude, but I am uncomfortable with people who think that he was like a god guy. It's weird. So, you know, I've met the band, including Adam Young, and they're all nice and cool people. Yeah, Christians are always nice. And then they believe weird stuff, and you're like, okay, buddy. Like, all right, calm down. Adam Young, as in the Antichrist in Good Omens. Listen, no Good Omens spoilers. I haven't watched it. I'm thinking about watching it. Okay. New Troy, there is a conflict amongst scholars about whether Jesus Christ was a real person or not. So, I won't make a declarative statement either way. I will just acknowledge that even amongst people who believe in Jesus as the Savior and believe in God and think that Christianity is true, there are Christian scholars who believe all that shit, who, looking at the same information, come to different conclusions about whether Jesus was a real dude or not. So I'm like, okay, if those people don't have consensus, then I don't need to have an opinion on this. Don't need to care. Should check out the band Bad Omens. In the ending of the show, when he performed Fireflies, he did say, "All my love to Jesus Christ." I mean, that would just ruin my enjoyment of having just listened to the song. I would be like, come on, man. Don't be weird. Definitely watch Good Omens. It's fantastic. I hear good things, and I want to watch it, and I really love David Tennant, so I probably will. It's just a matter of getting around to it. If you like hanging out, hit the like button. If you don't want to hang out, you don't have to stay around, but like hit the like button anyway, because we always kind of sort of chill at the beginning of the stream. And that's like the vibe. And then we'll eventually shift into talking about... I have numerous things, right? I have numerous subjects that I am going to be discussing today. So enjoy, prepare. You can always check the description, by the way. If you guys didn't know, you can always check the description. And I try to post a little itinerary of what we're going to be discussing on the show in the description so that you can check, you know? Speaking of David Tennant, did you see the new Doctor Who special? No. I haven't watched any new Who since I watched Capaldi's first season. I don't know how many seasons he was in the show, but I only watched the first one. And I was not enjoying it very much, so I stopped watching the show. We have talked about continuing to watch it past that point and catching up and seeing the lady and all that stuff, but we haven't. So I'm not going to watch the new one out of context, probably. Tom Baker needs a second run. He's probably tired, okay? He's probably really tired. What if that crazy homophobe / transphobe comes back? Sorry, not sorry / never sorry. I mean, the last time they came in and they made their comment and then they immediately left. Like, they deleted their account immediately. And, like, the effect of that was that I don't think that I can delete the comment if there's no longer an account associated with it. So that's a little bit of a bummer, but, you know. if it gets really annoying, I'll just go sub-only mode for a little while, and that'll be unfortunate for you white names, but you won't be able to participate briefly. Can't you access their IP? The IP ban command for some reason hasn't been working lately. I think that it got shifted out. But they can also, like, use a VPN to get around an IP ban. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Anti-wokes are gonna need diapers for this new episode. Right, like, I'm looking forward... I like the idea of David Tennant being back in Doctor Who, but I don't, like, I just... It would be way out of context. I skipped all of the Jodie Whittaker stuff because I wasn't a fan of the new showrunner's direction, but RTD is back and basically doing a full reboot. This special, you really only need to have seen the 10th Doctor's run. Oh, really? So I get to skip all of the Moffat bullshit that I didn't like, and like... I don't know, like, I do kind of want to see the Lady Doctor stuff, but maybe it'll be okay to just watch it out of context at some point. I was a big fan of David Tennant and Matt Smith. Those are my favorite Doctors. I think it used to be David Tennant was my favorite Doctor, and then kind of Matt Smith shifted in as more my favorite. I suppose it depends on how the performance is this time. How does David Tennant's performance go this time? Also, okay, and this is just, okay. Hit like if you agree or if you at least understand the vibes that I'm talking about. David Tennant seems like a really decent guy who's, like, fairly intelligent and pretty empathetic, like a pretty decent dude. Matt Smith just seems like kind of an airhead. Like, he's pretty, he's a good actor, but he doesn't really think about stuff a lot, is the impression that I get. Like, he seems like a dude who's just interested in enjoying himself. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's accurate, because this is just vibes, but it just seems to me like, you know, like the question about trans people, right? You know, David Tennant, one of his kids is non-binary, and he'll wear, like, a little non-binary pin on his sweater sometimes, and he wore a shirt for the promo pictures for Good Omens Season 2. He had a blazer on over it, but you could see the window, like, the shirt underneath said, "Leave trans kids alone, you freaks," or something like that. And so he's, like, really supportive of trans people, right? David Tennant, babe, absolute DILF, right? Matt Smith, like, is on a show currently with his counterpoint lead actor is a non-binary person, and it's Emma's first time being out at their job, god damn it. It's Emma's first time being out at their job, and so Matt Smith is proximate to this issue, but I've never seen him comment on it. I've never seen him say anything about it. So either he has a negative opinion, or he's just like, whatever, I'm an idiot and I don't care. I'll call people whatever. Like, I don't know. I would have to check and see, like, oh, does he refer to Emma using the appropriate pronouns? And I think that basically everybody does. So, I don't know. I just think Matt Smith is a pretty but very empty-headed person. Like, I don't think he's disapproving. I just think he's like, meh, meh, meh. I don't really think about stuff very much. That said, I do think he's a very good actor. Kitty Tick, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. Decided to update my subscription a bit early. Happy last lunar cycle of the year starting. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Let me update the thingamabobber. What is that? It is a... Is that a $20 one? No. I can't remember how much my subs are anymore. Like, tier 1 is 5, tier 2 is 10. Is tier 4 like 40? I can't remember. This is terrible. I haven't gotten very many donos recently, so I haven't had to think about it. It's 20? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Now I can appropriately update the thingamabobber. There we go. Now it's back. Guess who's back? Oh, by the way, also, so just because there's like 40 people in here, first of all, if you have not hit the like button, please do that really quick. It's free and it's easy. But second of all, if you didn't know, I have a merch store. And double if you didn't know, there is a coupon code called Cyber23, all caps, all no spaces, Cyber23. You can get 23% off on your merch, which is a really nice deal. So feel free to check it out. I ordered myself a hat because that's what I could afford to order myself right now. And it's just, they haven't started producing my hat yet. All of the items are made to order. So hopefully you all who have gotten merch enjoy it. I know that stuff is still in production and being shipped and all that, but yeah. Very exciting. This will be the 12th official of the year. If you do 13 lunar cycle calendar years, then this year ends in mid-January. I don't do that. I don't do that. Yes, gender anarchy for the win. I got myself a beanie, and I'm hoping... It's supposed to be here by, like, early December, so I do hope that it comes in this week. But again, like, it needs to be made to order. So it's obviously Thanksgiving, and people are not doing stuff at the moment. The last season of Capaldi is worth watching. Capaldi really comes in his own, and you miss one of the best versions of the Master by skipping Capaldi. Some of Jodie's are worth it, kinda. The Jadoon episode especially. If you watch any, I would suggest the Jadoon, but skip the rest. It's funny, I used to be so, like, anal about watching shows in order and, like, not skipping episodes and things, but now I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I will just watch one Jodie episode and leave the rest of it. I'm busy. Like, y'all, I have a little bit of a backlog of the editing, but for the most part, I'm doing a lot of it, and they're gonna start coming out, like, if not just daily, it might be, like, twice daily for a while for me to get over this, like, backlog. And then, like, today, we're gonna do at least 3 more news stories that I would like to put on the channel. So, yeah, I'm too busy to watch TV that requires me to actually sit down and pay attention to it. Like, a brand new show requires you to sit down and really pay attention. Mama Mephistopheles, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Enjoy the dicks. Yes. I appreciate y'all. So many donos today. Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas. We're already at 40% of the stream goal. Wow. Today's not Sunday, it's sub day. Apparently it's sub day. Y'all are awesome. Thank you so much. Eccleston and Capaldi episodes are also interesting, but I still prefer Tennant and Smith. Fair. Could not live with the shame of a white name. Mayo side. Let's get rid of those bitches. I like my new color. I like the new color as well. That's a good one. Agamotto! Oh my god, you guys. You guys. Thank you so much. Again, like, another tier 1 sub. Ridiculous, y'all. Thank you so much. Your generosity in this Christmas season is quite appreciated. And it's quite good. I'm your sub. Well, only if I do FinDom and then I make you donate money to me. That's the only Dom sub relationship that I'm willing to engage in with my audience. Capaldi's River episode is worth it. Okay, good. I love River Song. I feel like I would be willing to watch any episode that she's in. I like her a lot. I do think that there are some flaws in the way that her character is written, but we're not trying to get into a whole bunch of Doctor Who spoilers right now. Let's not stick on the Doctor Who for too terribly long. Am I done with my coffee? Oh, my coffee's gone. That's so sad. Oh well. Just stick with water. Hail, hydrate, drink your water. Okay. God. You guys, thank you. Donuumaoo with the tier 1 sub. Merry birthday. Merry birthday to all, and to all a merry birthday. Guys, okay, I want to reveal something to you right now. And that reveal is that the tank top that I'm wearing is one that I wore to bed last night, and I also wore all day yesterday. And so this shirt that I'm wearing, if we're gonna hit the stream goal and I'm gonna flex for you, the shirt that I'm wearing is way too loose for me to flex in it. And I'm not wearing anything underneath it. So like it's hanging open on the sides, you know what I mean? It's a tank top. So I'm gonna have to change my shirt if we get to the sub goal. Oh goodness. But yes, Lux is being buff, and I'm working out pretty hardcore this fall and winter. I've been doing it all November, and I'm going much harder than I did earlier this year when I was going to the gym. So yeah, peep the Patreon for sometimes free content about that. Fashion stream? No. Not gonna do a fashion stream. There is a recommended trend for YouTubers that I stagger into XHAM live streams. No. Oh my god, what I was about to say. YouTube sometimes publishes these like, here's what's trending, here's some suggestions for what are some videos that you should make. And one of them is like, what I would wear if I were blank. I can't remember the exact wording of like, what I would wear as blank. And there was one, I was like, okay, that would be fun. You could do like, what would I wear as your anarchist librarian or something? And that's an opportunity to just basically advertise my Fansly, like more or less. Anyway. But I need to clean my bedroom area and like get rid of some furniture that I don't need in order to make space to do photography, which is the reason I have not been doing any. Oh, so you're saying if we hit the goal, it's essentially a fashion stream because you change your shirt. Not really. I'm just gonna go change into a tank top or put on a sports bra or something. Luxander, I would gladly give you a sub if I could afford one. Would you like Balau or Seawolf? I don't know what those things are referring to. My favorite subs are spicy salami. I don't like spicy salami subs. Italian subs are just not for me. They're not my bag, baby. Oh, Balau and Seawolf are submarines. Got it. I don't... Listen, okay, I am infinitely more terrified of submarines and being under the ocean than I am of space. There are some people who feel the opposite way, that are like, nope, space is too scary. I would never want to go there. And I'm like, listen, I'm not like keen to go to space, particularly right now with the tech where it is. You know, I just think that like we could do better with the technology for a long-term being of in space. But like, fuck going underneath the water. Like, no. And like, that's even setting aside the fact that I have like the phobia of the ocean. Like I have the irrational phobia of being on, in, or around the ocean. Like, it sort of depends on what relative closeness there is, but playing video games triggers my thalassophobia. So, like, even setting that aside, though, the technology that's required to keep a pressurized environment stable under all the pressure of the ocean is so much more intense and like so much more demanding than the engineering requirements for keeping a pressurized environment stable in a vacuum, like with less pressure outside. Like, it's so much easier, as I understand it, engineering wise, to be safe in space than it is to be safe under the water. Obviously, you still want to avoid fire in space because you need your oxygen, and like you don't want to distort the pressurized environment by creating heat inside. But you know, still, I think it's way objectively safer. Just my little rant. It's pronounced Baleo. Oh, Baleo. Got it. Are you more of a cheesesteak dragon? If I were eating a sub, I mean, I fancy like just a toasted ham and cheese, like ham, turkey, cheese, other accoutrement, some kind of vinegar. What's up, Christy? Hello, Lux the Horde Lord. I am the Horde Lord. Boof, boof, boof. Boof, 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 boof. Big, big. Puff, puff. If you were in a very high-tech vehicle that could function either in space or in the ocean, would you still feel afraid underwater, even if you could not see outside that you were in water? It's like, okay. You know how sometimes you can get like a shitty version of one thing and a shitty version of the other thing, but they both kind of work okay. Like if you were to have like a screwdriver that was kind of a shitty screwdriver, it would still basically work. And then if you had like a shitty pair of pliers, they would be shitty, but they would basically work, right? If someone were to combine those two things, like a pliers and screwdriver, even like the highest quality of that thing is still going to be shittier in some form or fashion than just using the thing independently. Like the handle's going to be a weird bad shape, or like something about it is going to be not good, right? So I think that like a spaceship engineered specifically to go to space and a submarine engineered specifically to go underwater, those two things, even like a relatively shitty version, is like, to my mind, probably going to be more reliable than something which is engineered in an attempt to both maintain a pressurized environment in a vacuum and under extreme pressure. Like, to me, that vehicle would be inferior to an equivalent submarine that was dedicated to just being a submarine. Happy Beaver Moon? What does that mean? I feel like I need to know what that means so that I can start wishing people a happy Beaver Moon. Jason Jones sounds off in the YouTube chat saying, my anarchist librarian garb is steampunk top hat, black and green cloak, aviator monocle, silk pants, barefoot, silk undershirt, and carrying a 50 cal revolver. Nice. The name of this moon, May is the flower moon. Does each month just have a different name for the full moon that happens during it? Is that, so every month has like, so if May has like a flower moon, and if there's a second flower moon in May, then that's called the blue moon. And it would not be like the blue flower moon. I don't know. IDK my BFF Jill. There are 13. Why? I don't know. Which one is the sailor moon? Asking the important questions, Mama Mephistopheles. Anyway, so these are the topics that we have for today. We're probably going to shift into it here before too terribly long. We are going to be talking about this article in the stream title. It's an article on this. Oh shit, I don't know what the website is because I accidentally typed in the bar. Let me Reese. It's from the Gospel Coalition, is the name of the website. We're going to read it and talk about it a little bit and like talk about the beliefs that go into, why beavers? That's the question. Because most of history being based on lunar calendars. Okay, fair enough. But like, why beavers? I understand the flower moon in May. That makes sense. And then we also are going to talk about this Jewish rabbi, this cis female Jewish rabbi who called for a ceasefire and then proceeded to get hammered by the right-wing media for reasons that you might not expect. Beavers are cool. I mean, fair. My partner has a beaver fur, I think. And it's very, 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 very soft. Because it's had the like top layer of like less soft furs removed. So it's just the nice soft fluffy underneath part. Oh boy. Listen, you all who've donated to me today, I want you to know that part of what you're enabling is that I'm going to buy myself some furs for Christmas, or I'm gonna put some furs on my, like, Amazon wish list, and, like, somebody can get them for me if you want, I guess. Like, that's also an option. Because I've decided that I want to use fur to keep warm in the winter. Like, that's what I've decided. So, just speaking of furs, I have determined that that's what I would like to do to stay warm. I thought you were a scaly, not a furry. Listen, it's not about... How would I cover myself with scales, okay? Like, if your suggestion is that I get scale plate, like, scale armor, I would not disagree with you in principle, because, like, recently I watched this short video that made me think, uh-oh, I actually think that I want armor now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. But, like, how do you... this is just about staying warm. Fur is generally the most environmentally friendly way to keep warm, as long as we keep the harvest within reason. Sure. And, like, rabbits are really easy to breed. So it's very easy to get a lot of it. So I apologize to everybody who doesn't appreciate that I'm like this, because there's like vegans who watch the channel and stuff, but no. We talk about furs. We like furs. We're losing people, but I promise we're going to talk about the politics shortly. We always talk about whatever random bullshit for the first, like, hour, okay? So if you don't want to stick around for that, hit like before you leave, all right? I've always wanted a sheepskin coat. They're ludicrously expensive, though. Yeah, yeah, sheepskin would be huge. It would be enormous. Yeah, Mickey, do you like that? Me telling people to like the stream before they leave? I need to know the names of the moons now, apparently. What's up, Chihariel? Are you done watching your Doctor Who episode? I think that you were watching that. You were watching Doctor Who beforehand, if I remember correctly. Okay, I'm just browsing some stuff real quick. My question is, who are the folks just randomly surfing on live streams served up by the algorithm? Too risky. I think, maybe it's that people are like, oh, hey, Luxander's streaming. What are they streaming about? Like, and then they think, oh, there's a politics thing happening, but then they come in and we're still shooting the shit, and then they just go. But I do get a small... It's not very many, but I do get a small portion of my new subscribers from live streams. That's not, like, a lot of them, but there definitely are... There's, like, an amount. It's definitely a non-zero amount. Okay. I'm gonna add something to my wish list. Okay. If anybody wants to buy me it's a really good deal on rabbit skins. Check out my wish lists. Excuse me. Sorry. It's definitely that time of year where my throat is just going to be gunky quite a bit. I'm introducing my girlfriend to it, so we're watching 10th Doctor stuff right now. High fives. We were just saying earlier that David Tennant is the fucking best, so good for you. Good for you on that. Okay, we're getting ready to start talking about the politics stuff. My hair. Do I want to put my hair up? I think I want to put my hair up. And then we'll start talking about nonsense. Hit the like button. It's quick, it's easy, it's free. I assume you're already subscribed for the most part, and if you're not, do that. I'm debating whether or not to go to the BDSM party tonight, because I'm also taking a road trip tomorrow morning to see a friend who may or may not also be booty calling me. Well, I don't know. Are BDSM parties COVID safe? That's always the main consideration. Christy says, oh no, you politics. Listen, we've done it before. we've done it before, that it's like, okay, if we get to some insanely high stream goal, then I will not talk about politics today. But listen, the politics are what make the channel keep go burr. Politics make channel go burr. Unfortunate. Put my hair up, put my hair away. Go away, hair. I keep thinking that there is something weird happening over here, and it's just that there's Christmas lights right there in my peripheral vision. It's a little bit strange. Okay. 42 concurrent viewers. 44! I was gonna make a comment about the meaning of life, but no. Instead, Christmas do be strange. Yeah. All I want for Christmas is rabbit fur. Like, that's all I want. Okay, let's get ready to start doing some reactions and some news and some talking. Yay! What shall we start with? We could start with something that's pretty funny. Like something that's pretty low stakes, that's not on my list. I don't think that I put it in the description. Christians have a whole 3 months of Christian pride. I don't mind that they're Christian, but I wish they'd keep it in the bedroom. Right. The way that I don't feel resentful toward Christians about the fact that Christmas is so dominant is like, I'm like, aw, look at it, so sweet how they've, you know, incorporated all my traditions, and like, that makes it so easy for me as a pagan to decorate my house for Yule. Isn't that so nice? Like, that's kind of my way of mentally getting around how fucking annoying it is. That Christmas decorations are just, like, everywhere. Starting in fucking September sometimes. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Meanwhile, I can't get any fall decor for the pagan holiday that's August 1st because at the end of July, nobody's selling any, like, autumn decor. Like, gosh darn it. I know, corpse candy. The Bible literally says to keep your praying and stuff private. True. True, 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 true. Okay, let's do an amusing little reaction. Your fanboy wishlist looks pretty gay, not gonna lie. Thank you. The rabbit furs are not on the fanboy wishlist, but there's a lot of good stuff on there. Like, there's jewelry, and there's makeup, and there's clothes. Anyway, it's Christmas. Once again, 45 viewers are here. I have a new merch store. If you're interested, there's a code for 23% off, Cyber23. If you check out the website, please do. Patrons have access to reusable codes that will be reusable throughout the year if you go check out Patreon, but Cyber23 gets you more or less the best deal that's available at the moment. So let's do a little reaction. Okay, you know how transphobes are so committed to this idea that women are biologically inferior to men, and that, like, no matter what, you know, any average man off the street versus any average woman off the street, they'll just, like, almost every single instance, the man is gonna dominate the woman. He's gonna be stronger than her. He's gonna make it, like, so much, like, he's gonna run faster. He's gonna go harder. So I guess it's one thing to say, like, any old person on the street, but any old person at the gym. Let's say a gym bro walks up to a woman who's at the gym, and they have a contest, a little test of strength, you might say. Let's see.
Yo, if you could beat me at any exercise of your choice, I'll give you $10,000 right now.
Huh?
If you could.
She was okay. First of all, that's really rude. She was literally in the middle of doing her set of deadlifts, and deadlifts are like, you need to stay your form, like, you need to keep your form good, otherwise you can hurt yourself, like I did. But yeah, anyway.
The exercise of your choice.
She's like, okay, so she's challenging him to deadlifts, which is they're gonna go a fairly light for lifters weight, and then like gradually increase. So you know, I love her confidence. I gotta say, like, the confidence is really doing it for me.
Let's see. Okay, easy. I have a crazy back. That's
I feel like that's I'm just really upset at how bad the form was there. I'm like, why would you do that at the end? You can risk hurt yourself. No.
Oh, I'm serious. How many girls do you know who could
You're so unserious, she says. That's true.
do this?
no way.
I don't know what hold on. I need to Google because I don't know what 315 kilograms to pounds. Nuh-uh. What? Hold on. 315 kilograms is 694 pounds? No. Nuh-uh. Wait. So wait, each of these is like 45? That's not 700 pounds. What are you talking about, Google? What is the matter with you? I feel like I'm losing my marbles right now. And the first one was 135 kilograms. I don't think... Did they really start with 297 pounds? There's no way. One kilogram is equal to 2.25 pounds. That seems crazy. That seems incorrect. The numbers that he's listing. I think they meant 315 pounds. I could see that, because it's like 45 times 6, 9 times 3, 270, plus the bar is like 45. So yeah, I think he meant 315 pounds, because that would be crazy. Anyway, sorry.
No way, no way. No way.
405 pound deadlift.
What do you eat?
Look at her back. He said, what do you eat? Okay, he did that barely.
There's no way she's gonna do this. Oh my god. I'm going home. I'm never coming back.
Nope.
Alright, you won, so here's your $10,000.
Thank you.
What are you gonna use it for?
What am I gonna use it for? Don't worry about it, sweetheart. Safe, sweetheart.
She said, get home safe, sweetheart. Oh, man. So, anyway, I just want to confirm that it turns out cisgender women are absolutely able to dominate against cisgender men in competitions of strength. And that guy did not look like he was skinny, you know, like I guess he looked fairly lean, but he's like at the gym, he's doing stuff at the gym. She's deadlifting 415, 425 pounds or whatever, and he's like, no, I can't do it. He said, what are you gonna use it for? She said, don't worry about it. Oh boy. I don't think I'm ever gonna be able to do 400 pound deadlifts, but boy howdy, we can dream. Why is POTS trending? POTS is trending? It said POTS was trending, and I clicked POTS, and then it was like, here's a bunch of stuff that's not that. Okay, whatever. Yeah, don't hurt yourself lifting too much. Listen, I hurt myself deadlifting a long time ago, so I kind of have no intention to do deadlifts with any intensity or like ever again, maybe. I really don't know why you would do deadlifts. You can do other stuff. I can't work out my arms because I got tennis elbow. No. Does tennis elbow hurts when you extend? I guess all exercises that involve contracting also involve extending to some extent, even if you're not holding the weight in the extend. That's a bummer, though. Mommy, sorry, mommy. We stan. I appreciate her. I appreciate her and all her muscly glory. I am so appreciative of y'all posting stuff in the stream recommendations channel. It makes my life a little bit easier. Because then I'm not wondering, oh, what is the horde gonna want to talk about today? How to motivate trans women to work out. How do you motivate trans... Oh, I guess, yeah, mommy, sorry. You want to give them the power of the mommy milker, dommy muscles. I don't know. I could already tell that the guy was gonna lose because you really can't be cocky or show off when it comes to exercise, especially weights, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, like, aiming to get injured at the gym. That's my goal here, is to get injured at the gym. Goodness gracious. Okay, I gotta drink more water, and then we'll move on and do another segment. We'll do another little seg. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get more water soon. He also wore himself out doing that stupid jump move with the weight. I don't know. It's just really stupid. Believe it or not, one of the most disabling conditions I've seen is carpal tunnel syndrome. My mother got that from typing for 5 years when she was younger, had to have multiple surgeries, etc. Despite the fact that my job is on the computer, I don't actually spend a load of time. I mean, my right hand does, my mouse hand does, so that's, you know, not great. But I need to get a new mouse. I need to get an ergonomic mouse that doesn't turn my wrist over. But yeah, carpal tunnel. Stuff having your hands and your wrists hurting, it is pretty debilitating. Although I'll be sitting there crocheting even though my hands hurt, or I'll be playing a video game, sometimes I'll get a brand new game and then I'll play it for like 12 hours, and at the end of the 12 hours my hands both really hurt, and I'm still like trying to play, like changing my wrist position. My mom worked for the Pentagon in the 1950s and worked in high-speed typing of forms. Very few breaks, lots of pressure on an old mechanical typewriter. Well, yeah, like having to actually press down probably did not help at all. You know, even professional piano players who are playing like on a weighted key piano are not playing for like 12 hours a day. It's not a constant thing. Can we get to 50 likes today? I would love to get to 50 likes. What I would really love is to get to 100 likes, because that's what we were achieving earlier this summer, and I want to recover from the taking so much time off in October. But we'll just start with 50 for now. You know, we'll keep it in check here. I'm watching on YouTube, but would follow on Twitch too. What's the name on Twitch? Here's a fun fact for you all. I don't stream on Twitch. If you're wondering what the chat is on screen, that is not the YouTube chat, that's my website, luxander.net. And I stream here. It's embedded from YouTube. So you like on the YouTube page, and then you come over to the website to participate in the chat. And the website is also where you can donate directly, because YouTube takes like 30 to 40% of your money when you donate to a streamer, or anytime you directly donate to someone. Keffels is live at the moment, so that might be why there's fewer folks in here. This is a pretty good stream for me lately. Like, 46 viewers in here is not bad. Could be much worse. Like, I stopped uploading for most of October, and it really fucked the stream. It fucked the channel over a little bit, so I'm trying not to do that so much. We're so close to 59 likes. I'm watching both. Nice. If we get to 100 likes, I get to finally have dicks. As Christy is saying that she'll donate $5 if we get to 100 likes today. Oh, goodness. Okay, so I guess I want to talk about this Native American thing before we get into the trans-related stuff. I guess this is tangentially related to transphobia. Take this earbud out because I don't need it for this. there's an interesting intersection between gender norms, like cis normativity, and racism that comes into play when you're talking about Native American people, like natives here in the US of A. Because part of the systemic destruction of the Native American culture has been ensuring that they don't get to practice like their cultural and religious beliefs. And part of that is cutting their hair forcefully, particularly forcefully cutting the hair of Native American boys. There's been kind of a resurgence as well that I've started to notice where I see Native American men in groups for long hair online. I know that's like, you're like, what? There's groups for long hair? Yes. We exchange tips. Like, my hair is up right now, but we talk about, like, here's how to keep your hair healthy. And you'll see Native American men in those groups. You're seeing Native American, like, young men and teenagers and young kids who are wanting to participate in their culture. Once they start to understand this is what being Native means, this is what being part of this particular tribe means, you know, they want to grow out their hair, okay? You don't think that this is going to affect particularly people as young as elementary age, but here we have an instance actually in Kansas. Hi, I'm in Kansas, and we're terrible. So we have Native American boy from CNN, Native American boy forced to cut hair in order to comply with the school hair policy, according to the ACLU. So this is a policy in the school about your appropriate manner of dress. And one of those things is like, oh, is your hair appropriate? And for boys, their hair is not allowed to be past shoulder length. So this is where the issues are coming in. Best anti-carpal tunnel mouse is a vertical mouse. Yeah, I know. I want one that's like not, I don't want it to be totally vertical, but I want it to be like 45 degrees or so. Anyway, you're distracting me. So this is an 8-year-old kid who I'm going to guess that's going to be like 2nd or 3rd grade. So a 2nd or 3rd grade kid in Kansas forced to cut his hair in order to comply with the elementary school's policy. It's like, why are we doing this to elementary age kids? Like, that's crazy. So the Kansas American Civil Liberties Union is intervening on his behalf and calling this practice discriminatory because, like, obviously it is. They've sent a letter demanding that they rescind their policy at the, they named the school, R.V. Heiderlein Elementary School. ACLU Kansas says that it wants the school to, quote, immediately grant the student an accommodation, allowing him to wear his hair below his shoulders in accordance with his cultural and religious practices. According to this brief, the boy is a member of the Wyandot Nation, a federally recognized Native American tribe based in Wyandot, Oklahoma. In August, the boy was told to cut his hair, and the following month his mother asked for an exemption because of his Native American heritage and spiritual beliefs, because many men in the Wyandot Nation only cut their hair when mourning the loss of a loved one. Yeah, so this, it's like the hair is like spiritually important in their culture. And this is sort of leaving aside the fact that there is various research and stuff into the idea of third gender roles in Native American culture. Like, it is the interesting thing that cisgender normativity, like cisgender norms where they're trying to inflict, you know, boys have to be this way, girls have to be this way, it's based on your biology at birth, blah, blah, blah. You know, it is meant to hurt trans people and like gender nonconforming people. And it is also impacting cisgender folks on this axis of racism. Like, the ongoing, frankly, genocidal practices against Native Americans, like cultural genocide, if you want to make that distinction, that's part of the definition of genocide, according to the UN, is like removing the ability for the people to practice their beliefs as they are. And so, in addition to the fact that this is fitting into the broader picture of white folks who came to this land, like literally stole these children and killed a bunch of them and beat them and forcibly cut their hair and prevented them from using their home languages, like the legacy that this fits into is bigger than just the modern day conversation about trans people or gender nonconformity. You know, this conversation in particular is one that cuts deep for a lot of Native folks. Like New Troy in the chat says they were going to deny me graduation at high school if I didn't cut my hair. I'm not sure if that's because New Troy is Native, but like still, it's the manner in which we enforce these things too. Like, we are going to revoke your ability to participate in high school graduation, which is not necessarily to say that they would prevent you from picking up your diploma at some later date, but disallowing you from participating in a culturally significant moment. And in this case, like threatening to suspend the kid. You know, the school's assistant principal sent an email to the boy's mother saying that the boy's hair had to be cut or he will, quote, be sent home. According to the ACL, this mother did decide to cut the boy's hair out of fear that her son would be reprimanded and in order to ensure that he would be able to go to school, but the decision, quote, caused him distress. The Wyandotte Nation also entered the chat saying, take a close look at its governing... saying that the school district should take a close look at its rule governing boys' hair length in light of the unique history involving Native American children. Of course, yeah, tribal people have faced a siege of cultural oppression, and this oppression has taken the form of, including but not limited to, the forced cutting of Native American boys' hair, boys and men, in order to impose conformity with dominant white culture and stifle long-held religious and traditional beliefs. I'm curious what the argument from the ACLU is going to be, because it's specifically for male students' hair, saying hair is not to touch the collar of a crew neck t-shirt, cover the eyebrows, or extend below the earlobes. Ponytails, rat tails, or any other style that would circumvent the policy are not permitted. So they have this explicit policy about, like, hair is not to touch the collar of a crew neck shirt, cover the eyebrows, or extend below the earlobes. Let me clarify that doesn't mean that you can start to pull your hair back because it's getting longer. I would like let's be specific. You're not allowed to have long hair. Like, they made sure they had to clarify. A First Amendment violation on the religion. That's probably why Kansas ACLU has taken up this. Meanwhile, I haven't heard a damn thing about them addressing SB 180 within the state, but like, this is such a clear-cut issue of preventing someone from exercising their freedom of religion. I guess some Christians might argue that, like, if you don't have a centralized religion, then it doesn't count as, like, being protected in this way. Like I don't know if the Wyandotte Nation has, like, a codified religion, but I could see that argument being made. Yeah, Jesus had long hair. Whatever. No, Jesus doesn't count. Jesus doesn't count. Stop talking about it. Just shush. No. Also, First Amendment violation of freedom of expression. So I know that in Texas, they did not succeed in a freedom of expression case against employers. Like, there was a policy or a law or something, I can't remember the details, where I think it was about state employees, actually. Like, state employees are required to conform to a manner of dress that is in line with their assigned sex at birth. And I think that they did try to go, hey, no, that's a that's a freedom of expression violation. But then the courts ruled that no, employers and the state has the right to set, like, oh my God, like uniform policies, basically. Equal protection. The 14th Amendment, I could see, well, it is not uncommon for laws to pass which state that an exception to the 14th Amendment is necessary in order to protect some minority group. Like, that's kind of the argument that gets made in favor of these laws that protect that protect single-sex spaces and protect, cis women from predatory men, etc. Is like, you know, in this case, under the law, it is okay to treat people differently for the sake of protecting the vulnerable group. That's the argument that they'll use, right? Freedom of religion is not having to see gay people, not Native American people being allowed to exist. Yeah, I just... Jesus doesn't count because apparently he was the only Middle Eastern Jew to be born with brown hair, blue eyes, pale skin, and a Roman nose because he's the Messiah or something like that. He's a miracle baby, okay? He's clearly a miracle baby. But what is short hair protecting? Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, they... Like, I mean, in the instance of the gendered uniforms policy, like, I think that is generally protected because, like, schools have the right to set, like, schools and employers have the right to set uniform policies. So, you know, even if what they're doing is having you buy these specific shirts and the shirts are increasing in price because the stores nearby know that they're required to be purchased. And, like, so in order to go to public school, you have to buy these nice clothes in order to send your kid, but it's not, like, discriminatory against poor people, you know, like, they're allowed to set these policies. And it's like, so you have to come to a certain, like, okay, like, the religion is a much stronger argument in this case, I think. I think that the religion argument is just a lot stronger. I'm reading to see if there's anything more in here. So the school board is considering updates to the policy, apparently. Yeah, so the superintendent of the school district said that the district will be reviewing the policy, saying, quote, "Nothing matters more to the USD 248 district and staff than creating a safe, respectful, and caring school for every student. I am unable to comment on individual students, families, or employees due to confidentiality laws. However, I can share that the USD 248 Board of Education is planning to review and consider updates to the dress code policy when they meet on December 14th. Like, the damage is done at the moment. This, you know, you've cut the kid's hair, and since they know that the policy is going to be reviewed on December 14th, you know, probably this kid's hair is not going to be long enough to be in violation of the policy before then. And yeah, it's very unfortunate. Like, I just feel so bad for a little kid too, like an 8-year-old, forcing them to cut their hair, understanding that it is like a cultural and religious thing, doubling down after the mom explains that this is a cultural and religious thing. I just don't understand. I don't get why you would choose to invite that. Like, why would you, as a superintendent of the school, choose to bring that energy over? Like, I just don't get it. These same people were probably long-haired hippies back in the day. Now they've sold out. Fair enough. Yeah, America's full of dipshits. Who the fuck was so offended at boys with long hair? And why would anyone do a policy like that? I don't. And, like, to say we will suspend you, to say we are going to remove your access to education. Because that's the thing that this comes back around to, and I kind of mentioned it earlier, but I didn't go in as much detail as I would have liked. Like, the punishment for not conforming to an idealized white people version of gender binary presentation is we are going to take away your education. This is a public school. This is not like a private school. This is just the public school that is close enough to this kid that he can take the bus or that he can walk to school, whatever. So now, okay, you take away the school option that we've given this kid based on where he lives. And what's his next step? Like, what's the next thing that he has to do? Like, mom has to start driving him all the way, like, across town to go to a different school, maybe to a different town to go to a different school, because I don't know how big the city is that they're in. I don't know what city they're in. I didn't really look that closely into it. But, like, what are the options? And like, can we think of anything worse in a developed nation that requires people to be educated? Like, for a child, like depriving them of an education is easily one of the worst things you could do. And it's just super racist to deny children of color educational opportunities because you don't like their fucking hair. And it's not like this is unique to Native American kids. I want to like clarify that like minorities' hair being policed is also a major problem for black kids, girls and boys, like, and that they are also denied educational opportunities for like being sent home over having unruly hair or what have you. So yeah, this is why trans people and Native American people, even, you know, Native American cisgender people, like, we need to be allied together because these same issues are going to be impacting both of us in different but still poignant ways. Later, Army, enjoy. Thank you for complimenting the stream. Anybody who's not hit the like button, please do so. Thank you very much. Now that we've hit 50 likes, the next goal is 69. Nice. Because whites, even Christian men, have never had long hair. I mean, yeah, like, I think that it is still, like, pretty rare in recent history for men to have long hair. Like, obviously, things were more normal before colonialism and before, like, the Crusades. But the more that Christianity, you know, as it developed its idea of this strict gender binary, like, the more it spread, the more it, like, inflicted those things. So even allegedly secular cultures will still have these rules about, like, how you're supposed to present yourself. And, like, men aren't allowed to cross-dress because the Bible says so, blah, blah, blah. Anyway. That's that story. Look at that. We did a Native American boy forced to cut hair story. They look at a white kid growing out their hair and clutch their pearls, saying, "The natives are indoctrinating our pure white babies." I don't actually know. I mean, it was I think that the idea that you should have short hair came before Native Americans were on the radar of white people. Like, there must have been some European belief against long hair. So it's not like it would have been originally against Native Americans. Can you even imagine going through your whole life and never asking why these things are? What the point of these ridiculous standards is? It sounds awful. Yeah, imagine just being like, yeah, boys are supposed to have short hair. And, like, why are they supposed to? Because they're supposed to. Like, what? Okay. Cool. Great. The idea of cutting hair short and being clean-shaven came from ancient Rome. Caesar did it to cut down on lice. The influence of the ancient Catholic Church in Christianity is promoting this. So I guess there might have been a good reason at one point of, like, okay, we really need to get rid of this lice. Also a military advantage to have short hair to prevent disease. I mean, that kind of makes sense. You know, if you had a lice breakout amongst your soldiers, that would be problematic. Like, it would definitely be an issue. Oh no! I'm yawning. That's not good. I didn't sleep very well last night. Anybody else? Ooh, if you live in the Midwest, you know what happened last night. What? You know what happened. It done snowed. Kitty also had terrible sleep. Yeah. I think that, like, so, I mean, honestly, my partner and I need a king-size bed, but, like, it's just not in the cards right now. We cannot buy a king-size bed and then move across the country. We have to move across the country and then buy a king-size bed. And it's probably going to take a while after we move across the country before we will be able to afford a king-size bed. So, Jiminy Christmas. How much snow? Oh, I don't actually know what it ended up being. It was supposed to be between like 4 and 8 inches, I think. I'm not sure what the actual total ended up being. I haven't been outside today. I've not gone anywhere. And I also don't think I've really looked... I don't think I've looked out any of the windows today. So I'm not sure how deep it ended up being. Snow is a 4-letter word. We should treat it as such. Listen, here's my actual thing. I like winter better now. As far as I know, when the US was founded, long hair wasn't weird for men. By the 1900s it was. Not sure when that changed, though. So why did they forcibly cut Native American kids' hair as a part of the residential school project? And they didn't do it to the girls. Don't blame you, I'd stay in too if I could under those circumstances. Yeah. My partner went to go do errands, and I'm just like, okay, dude, you have fun with that. I'm gonna stick inside. Winter is better than summer. You can always wear more layers. Yes, exactly. I'm gonna wear furs this winter. I have my badger. I don't need to right this moment, but like there's rabbit furs on the wish list. If nobody buys them for me, then that's gonna be my Christmas present to myself, is rabbit furs that I can use to keep warm. Very, very excited. I'm sure there are advantages to short hair, but this seems to be some visceral, cultural, spiritual level of demand for completely arbitrary standards of appearance. To demand it to the point that you'll enforce it on others? Is it projected self-hate? Are they just stupid? I don't know. I really just don't understand. Luxander gonna be dressed up like a Stark? Does Tony Stark wear fur? Is that, are you insinuating that it's expensive to wear furs? The rabbit furs on my Amazon wishlist right now, you can get 10 of them for $45. Oh, Stark of Winterfell. Yeah, no, that makes way more sense. I actually do. I have a big wool cloak, and then I put my badger on over it, and then there's a clasp for the badger to stay on, so I just have, like... I know, wrong Stark. I know. I'm like, why does Tony Stark have anything to do with this? You can tell that I'm way out of the brain of Game of Thrones, which is so sad, because Game of Thrones, it was so good, and then I'm so mad at it now. Game of Thrones Season 8 makes me mad, but the outfits are fire. It's true. It's a sense of conformity and neatness. In the UK, we would call it posh. It's about how you appear as a group to others or as a school. I guess it's sort of the same logic, like short hair for boys or keeping your hair tidy in a certain way. I guess it's kind of similar to the rules against dyeing your hair, which is like, oh, we want our school to look a certain way. We want our school to be perceived a certain way. Blah, 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 blah. It's all about circular judgment and making an impression. Yeah, my mom used to argue against letting me dye my hair. And I wanted to dye my hair like black. Like, I didn't even want to dye it a fun color. I wanted to dye it black. She was against it because, in her logic, that would then reflect poorly on other institutions that I was involved with. Like that I would make my school look bad, or that I would make Job's daughters look bad because I had dyed my hair. Like, I don't really understand the logic, but... I despise this attitude, but it's common. Yeah, I do think it is common. Or, like, I don't even know if she really believed that argument, or if she was just perpetuating it because she thought that that was gonna make opportunities better for me. I don't know. I guess more often I guess I'm sometimes trying to be like, okay, dude, what was the point of the shit that my abusive mother was doing? Like, is there a point? Okay, I do actually want you to move down, and I don't know how to make you do that and stay. Okay, that was a little bit too far. Okay, I think that's a little bit better. Just wanted to change the angle a little bit. I want to get a sticker from my merch store and put it on my microphone, but my microphone is not in frame anymore. Like, I managed to move it out of frame, so you wouldn't be able to see a sticker if I put it on there. So sad. So sad. Okay, way over there. Good. Oh, gosh. I'm sorry if any of you are annoyed that we take these breaks between the news things, and I know I'm like tired and low energy and stuff. I doubt your mom even stopped to actually think rationally of the inane standards she enforced. That's how dogma works. I mean, but that's the thing, is like, did she actually believe any of that? Or did she just know that, like, old people are going to judge you this way, and therefore, you have to conform so that you don't end up, like, losing out on other opportunities? It's like, I don't know if she was perpetuating those beliefs because she believed them, or if she was just trying to look out for me, and that's, like, impossible to know, really. Okay, that's better. Yes. Good stuff. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Conservatives think of all children that way, actually, and need to make more by controlling the education system in order to stay in power. It sounds like she was very controlling and wanted to give a conservative appearance in the community. Was your community really conservative? I mean, I didn't really think of it that way. I don't really know what her fucking deal was. But she was definitely quite controlling. I mean, definitely a super weirdo. Okay, we have an article. And then we have our article, and I'm going to need to read all of that. So I'm going to wait on the article that we're supposed to read for the title of the stream, because my throat really is very sore. So we're going to probably do a little bit of, like, react to some stuff. Maybe a react segment. And then probably right around the 2-hour mark, I'm going to take a little voice break. And then I'll come back, and we'll do more stuff. We're going to talk about Rabbi Jessica Rosenberg. Then we're going to do this I love my trans child, I love Jesus more article. And then we might do a debate react, toward the end of stream. From everything you've said about your mother until now, I can believe she wasn't so much looking out for you, but herself. She didn't want to make herself look... She did not want to make herself look normal. She wanted to make herself look normal by making everyone in her house normal. Maybe. I don't know. I guess more lately I'm trying to be... I'm not even really trying to be. It's just, it occurs to me, like, yeah, she was probably trying her best. And, like, she just happened to cause me a lot of trauma. Like, I mean, everybody is always trying their best at a given time with what they currently know or what they currently are working with, like, it's just, everybody's doing their best, and you can still fuck up a lot when you're doing your best. My poor little voice. I don't know why it's so sore either. What is this, the Fine Bros? Remember when the Fine Bros tried to copyright the word react? Like, holy shit. Yes, the road to hell is usually paved with good intentions. Everybody is trying their best. Christmas lights are so pleasant, aren't they? We love the decoration time of year. I've got, like, pine cones everywhere. Got so many pine cones, dude. Got my antlers. There's cool stuff all over the place. Okay, home decor. Remember their frustrated video responding to criticism that they were trying to rent-seek all YouTube React content? Yeah, like they were like, you guys don't understand what we're doing. Like you just don't like you guys who are doing this backlash, you just don't understand. Yes, my Yule altar. For me, I've learned to recognize that as crazy the programming in the church I went through was, my mom went through that stuff 40 years before me and was completely broken by that religion. Deprogramming her would be nearly impossible. It's not an excuse for her, but it helps me be less mad and have empathy. The old ways were super bad. Yeah. My mom was raised by abusive people, and she perpetuated that. And that is not my choice. Like, I choose not to do that. And it's like, she was 15 when I was born. So we're talking about like a woman, like a young adult woman who was not even 18 years old yet, being physically abusive to their toddler. And then going into their 20s, still being abusive to their kid. You know, it's not like she was like an adult who knew what the fuck she was doing, right? My mom also traumatized me a good amount, and so did my dad. However, the difference is that my mom listened to me and acknowledged the ways that she messed up and has tried to do better now. I just don't want to try to eke an apology out of my mom. I'm like, nah, I'm better off. I'm just good. I'm good, dude. I'm good. Which is unfortunate because she has all of my Animorphs books. Why did I leave her with those? I had the opportunity to get them. What I took instead was all of my fucking... What are these called? What are they called? Oh my god. I got all my Fear Street books. Why did I leave her with my Animorphs books? I'm so butthurt, dude. Are the Fine brothers still around? I actually don't know. That's a good question. Fine brothers. Is their channel just React?
What?
I guess they're still uploading stuff. They have 20 million subscribers. And they still post stuff all the time. They don't get very many views, though. They only get like 100,000 views on a lot of their videos. Less than that sometimes. 200,000. Occasionally 800,000. But man, for a channel with 20 million subscribers, that's pretty sad. Unfortunate. I know, Animorphs is the shit. Oh, man. Take a minute to stretch, you guys. I don't think we probably as adults don't take enough opportunities to, like, you know, just get some dynamic movement going. If you've been sitting still for a long time, sometimes you just need to get the movement going. Are the Animorphs books sentimental, or would they be hard physically to replace? They're hard physically to replace. I didn't even have a complete collection because they were difficult to acquire. Like, my mom was getting them by shopping around at thrift stores. Maybe it would be easier now with the internet. But yeah, there were, like, I think 56 books in the main series, and even though I hated it, I ended up entirely skipping, like, number 53. And I guess, like, so having a physical copy is a sentimentality. Like, I would like to have a physical copy, because I know that you can read them all online. Best way was through the book fair. I was too young. The Animorphs books were already out. They had already had a TV show that had already been canceled, I think, by the time I started reading them. Like, they were originally written in the 90s. So, yeah. What's up, Dally Greaser? No worries about you being late. No. How dare you? You're not allowed to be late. No. No worries. Hit the like button, though. If you're just coming in, always appreciated for you to hit the like button. We're just kind of in between segments right now. But we are going to be talking about more politics stuff here in a few. We've already talked about some politics stuff earlier if you want to rewind and then catch up with us. But we just kind of have to have breaks in between segments because, listen, okay, is anybody else feeling like it's a little bit much right now? like, obviously it's a little bit much all the time, but particularly at the moment, I'm like, oh no, I feel like shit actually. Like, I'm starting to really notice that I feel bad and I want to do something to make me feel better. You know? It looks like a lot of the books are pretty affordable online, and then there's the odd one that costs like $50. Yeah. But even if the books are like $5 a piece, there's 50 of them and I don't have $250. Life has felt extremely heavy this season, worse than past years. Might be seasonal depression. I don't know how it could be seasonal depression because up until this week, like for the past several weeks, I was going for a walk every day outside. And I think that it takes longer than like a week taking a break from your walks to develop seasonal depression. Like I drink tons of milk. Like I have a lot of vitamin D in my diet. So I don't think that it's seasonal depression. Part of the reason life has felt so heavy is that people are so much more aware of my existence all of a sudden. Please just ignore me again. Just wear masks in public. Have you been exercising less? I mean, I go to the gym 4 days a week, except I'm taking a short break for Thanksgiving. I normally go like usually Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and I've just not been going. I just didn't go Thursday, Friday this week. But otherwise, like I've been exercising a lot. I think that it's just like the emotional toll of everything and like working a lot, and I'm working really hard, and I'm not like Dr. Chat does not have an MD. I know that Decoy Duck just got their MD, or no, sorry, they got their doctorate, but I don't know if it was like for a medical reason or not. Decoy Duck, please respond. G. Hariel says I've been feeling pretty awful too. Yeah. I just think that it's like, I think that it might be burnout. I think it might be burnout. It could be the weather. El Nino is moving in, and we've been in El Nino the last few years. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm just so tired. I think is the main thing. Like most of the I'm getting a lot of shit done. I'm cooking dinner every day. You know, my family is getting a nice eclectic diet. All my friends are saying the same thing you're saying. Yeah, that it just feels bad right now. I'm clocky even with a mask. People literally don't trust my existence anymore since the overpolitization of trans existence. Yeah. I'm sorry, Kitty. It's tough being visibly trans in public. Anytime, but especially like the more visibility that's on us and the more negative press we get, the harder it is. This time of year can be hard. Thanksgiving and Christmas bring lots of memories, both good and bad. That might be the thing that's happening. Because I did, like, this time last year was an intensely tumultuous time of my life. So it could be that I'm doing the anniversary bullshit that happens. Cause yeah, the whole like moving out, the stress of all that, like being alone, like it was rough last year. And so maybe that might be part of it, is like we're approaching, like I've already been having some anniversaries since very difficult things that happened last year. And so we're coming up on this, like, oh, this was a very, very difficult time last year. So that's actually a really good point. Like, the whole anniversaries thing. It's cedar season here in Texas. Everyone I know just feels slightly worse all the time. Wait, cedar season, what does that mean? Is that like the cedar allergies? Or the cedars doing stuff? Even good stress can wear you out too, and there is so much this time of year. Okay, that's fair. Like, I was good stressed on Thanksgiving because I was cooking all day, but good stress can be bad for you too. But yeah, is cedar season, does that imply allergies? Cedar fever affects people most often in December, January, and February, but can be anytime between November and March. No! anniversary dates can do. A number could be a mix of the things. I'm sure it's a mix of the things. So yeah, if you're out there feeling kind of bad, just know that, you know, even the creators who you think are amazing and flawless and perfect, which I know that all of you think that I am all of those things, even we can have rough days. Sam Cedar has cast a spell. True. We got a lot of cedars in Kansas. We don't have a lot of pines generally, but we do got lots of cedars. They spread like a motherfucker. So great. I didn't know that there's multiple trees at multiple different times of the year that all cause these shit symptoms. Like, why are we not curbing the existence of these trees as a matter of public health? I was like, oh yeah, we're probably getting toward the end of allergy season now that it's like 16 fucking degrees overnight. Like, it's probably not going to be allergy season anymore. Lo and befucking-hold, yet another plant committing an assault upon my senses. Easy to get a Christmas tree in Kansas. I kind of do want to get like a 4-foot tree. Like, I want to, I don't know, like a 2 or 3 foot tree maybe. I have this little guy, but this is from my area and I want another tree like elsewhere. I know you have your moments. There have been takes you had that I vehemently disagree with you on, and yet I still watch you. Well, good. People always say, oh, it's good to be able to see people with different opinions. And it just depends on how different those opinions are, I suppose. Obviously, racism is not something that I'm interested in capitulating on, but hey, if you haven't hit the like button yet, please hit the like button. It's free, and even if you don't want to stay and hang out, you should do it before you leave. It would be cool to get to 69 likes today. Can't believe cedars would do this to us. They lure us in by smelling good, and then they strike with seasonal depression. Like, why? It's not seasonal depression, it's like allergies. Although I guess like allergies can just make you feel gunky as well. Yeah, cedar fever, high concentration of cedar pollen. Ugh. But I want to get a plastic tree. I can't get a real tree because I don't want to... Now that I know that this is a problem, I'm like, oh, well, I don't want to invite an allergen into my home. That's a problem. Extreme tiredness, sore throat, runny nose, itchy, watery eyes, stuffy nose, plugged ears, frequent sneezing. Fuck. When is it gonna end? No. Oh my god, dude. I'm in my late 20s, and this is the time of your life when you start to develop allergies, if you're going to, and so I'm just like, this sucks. I didn't realize how... I didn't know. Oh. Hey, we're at 63 likes. We're getting very close. I take an antihistamine every day, but I still generally feel worse on high allergen times. I don't want to have to take an antihistamine every day. But I guess if I feel really shitty, then that's the only thing that can be done, is just take some allergy pills. Do you have any family members that you know currently that are racist or used to be racist? I had a family member who I stopped talking to over an argument about, what was his name? Mike Brown in Ferguson, Missouri. She was like, well, you do the crime, you pay the time. After I suggested, like, I was like, do you think that this kid deserved to be shot and killed over potentially, allegedly stealing some cigars? And she was like, you pay the crime, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, I'm going to block you. I don't know if they believe in their hearts that black people are inferior, but they certainly were willing to engage with very racist ideas. So that's part of the reason why I don't talk to a lot of my family. They're not very accepting of trans people or any of that shit. I'm going to talk to an ear, nose, throat because even with allergy pills, I live with constant post-nasal drip. I'm hoping there is something that can be fixed. I'm crossing my fingers for you, kitty tick. I take an antidepressant, Inspira, and progesterone every day. After 2 medicines a day, adding in more isn't really a big deal. Well, I mean, the more medicine you take, the more you're giving your liver to do. And I have elevated bilirubin levels. Like, some of my liver enzymes are a little bit elevated. So I try to, like, that's part of the logic behind drinking alcohol less and all this, do they misgender you also to your face? Well, I don't, I don't talk to these family members, like, because I expected them not to be on board with my gender stuff. I didn't ever really try that hard to deal with the whole you need to gender me correctly. I was like, oh, my family like freaked out when I came out as an atheist. You know what I mean? Like, I was not trying to deal with that whole bullshit of like my gender and all that shit. So like there's a reason why I don't talk to those people. Oh man, it's like my ears are painful. You know how that goes when you're allergies? Anyway, thank you to the almost 50 people hanging out here, by the way. I don't know how often I sit here and go like, hey, no, seriously, I really appreciate that y'all hang out, even if you're not donating or whatever. Like, just you being present, seeing the number of people on there and going, there's 48 people in here hanging out with me. That feels really amazing. So thank you for chilling. And I want to remind you that everybody has access to a merch code on my store for 23% off. What are you allergic to? I'm allergic to, like, trees. Like, I'm not allergic to something that I'm consuming in my... It's not like I'm allergic to peanuts or something. I'm allergic to trees and ragweed and all the other things that are involved with, like, hay fever and, like, being outside. It's a great excuse to wear a mask, too. If you're like, oh, I don't want people to hassle me about wearing a mask because COVID, whatever... Like, I just tell people I have really gnarly allergies. Yeah, those leaves are fake. And also, like, the plants that I have inside are not allergens, really. I have lots of plants, but they're not allergens. You're not going to have fun when eventually moving to Washington. I know. There's so many trees up there. I know it. I know. I'm going to have to have like really good filtration on the house. I need to get a filter, which thank you everybody for donating today, because that's going to help me. And like, also thank you to everybody who's been buying merch, because when that money comes in at the beginning of the month, I'm going to probably build a really decent quality Corsi Rosenthal filter. I know, it's the wind, like all the wind pollinated things. So I need to start running a filter indoors, like every night, basically, and try to clean the air more. There's like mold, things mold pretty quickly in my place, and I need to start getting rid of some of these like allergens in the air and junk. It's not good. I am allergic to all the molds. It's not good. Oh, goodness gracious. Normally I would charge for my presents, but Lux gets the friends and family and dragons discount. Thank you. I like getting a discount. I plan on wearing your merch in a very conservative city and seeing people's reaction. Am I a terrible person for thinking this? Prioritize your safety, boob. I was trying to say boo, and then I said boob. My bad. Boo. Don't do anything silly. A lot of pine tree type allergies are related to pinene, a terpene. So if you're allergic to pinene, then certain strands of weed should also cause an allergic reaction. Interesting. Thank you, Jason. Safety boobs. Don't waste money on a molecule air filter. I'm just gonna get an allergen filter. The purple ones. I desperately want a place with no carpet. Wouldn't that be the dream? My partner is he does a couple of different things, but like flooring installation. And so he'll like replace carpet and stuff like that. And he insists if we ever have a house, and I would love to, like, that's my dream right now, is like we move to Washington, we rent for maybe like a year, and then we have good enough credit and enough money saved up that we can buy a house. Probably we're going to have to rent for longer than a year. but I would like to own a house. That would be great. And yeah, he wants to have like basically more not carpet than carpet. Carpet sucks, just get a rug. Yeah, that's literally what my partner says. He's like, no, you can have rugs. The only non-carpeted place in my apartment is the bathroom and my closet. Your kitchen has carpet? Please tell me that your kitchen doesn't have carpet. Having no carpet helped a lot with my allergies. Right, because there's nowhere for it to settle. And like you're like it's in your carpet and then you're walking around and like kicking it up and then you're breathing it in. And it's like, okay, great. Now I have fucking allergens everywhere. Okay, we probably should shift gears into our next thing before too long. I'm thinking about taking my little break and then coming back. Because we have 3 more things to do today. We have 3 more things to do. We're going to talk about this rabbi, talk about this I Love My Trans Child article, and then maybe react to Nominal Naomi debate if we have time. Oh, I refer to my upstairs apartment in my parents' house as my apartment. Okay, got it. It's hard on your feet too if you walk on dirty carpet all the time. Why? Why dirty carpet hard on your feet? Technically there's a pad underneath it, but if the pad's getting squished, then that probably is not good on your feet either. Oh, skin irritants. I wear socks. I'm a socks all the time autistic. Socks all the time. Unless I'm in bed. I take the socks off and then I get into bed. But like overwhelmingly, I do not like... I mean, because I can feel how dirty the carpet is, right? I'm like walking around and I'm like, yeah, no, it doesn't feel good. Nominal Naomi is awesome. She's always so nice to me. Yeah, I figured we could do a little debate react because she has a debate from a few days ago that someone posted in the Discord. It's called Debating a Delusional Dictionary on Trans Rights, and it's 17 minutes long. So I thought that, you know, after we do our main segments, a react content is a little easier on my voice, so we could probably wrap up the stream with that. I'm not really in the mood to play Little Nightmares today, so we probably won't do that. I'm the opposite. I despise socks. I'm like, I need more of these like fuzzy, like, you know, when you get fuzzy socks, the fuzziness of them kind of goes away gradually over time. Especially if they're really plush fuzzy, they get squished down by you walking on them, and then you like wash them, and they just lose that softness. Socks are only for sexy time. Sexy time only. Excuse me. Instead of wearing socks, I have Crocs just for inside. Excuse me. You should see Nominal Naomi debating on breast milk. It was really, really funny. I saw that debate. Where does Naomi find these absolute snot goblins to argue with? I don't know. Why? This is like, I don't know. Sometimes I think that I want people to want to argue with me, but at the same time, I'm also kind of glad that there aren't any annoying people who want to argue with me. Like, they don't stick around. Sometimes I think I would benefit, like the channel would benefit. Like, look at this, you know, we're arguing with people. Isn't that fun? But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it seems to do well for Naomi. Well, she only has 14,000 subscribers, which is a pretty small channel, but her videos get more views than mine do. So it's like, how many active subscribers do you have realistically, you know? And that's the issue with when channels kind of change over time, is that people who are subscribed because several years ago ContraPoints mentioned me in a video and the woke scolds were like, yes, let me go follow this person. How many of those are active subscribers? Like, probably not that many anymore, which is why when I make a big change to the channel or I start uploading regularly or something, lots of people unsubscribe. Like, tons of people have unsubscribed in the past week, since, like, the past week or so since I've changed the icon on the channel. It's pretty crazy. I lose socks too much to wear them, therefore I have Crocs. Fair enough, it's harder to lose Crocs. Okay, so I think that I'm going to make a little run to refill my water and go to the bathroom and just rest my voice for like 5 minutes. So we're gonna do what we usually do. You know what time it is. We are going to put on something from Hassan. And we will let him chit-chat for a little while. Famous conservatives are aware of her, including Matt Walsh. Other people take her videos and re-upload it and it gets millions of views. Yeah, that's the problem, is people know who Nominal Naomi is, and that, you know, it helps her channel in some ways, but in other ways, it's like, oh, there's like a target on her. You know, she, like, she is subject to more, like, death threats and, like, scrutiny and stuff because she's known to a broader audience, which is, like, that's always the catch-22 as a trans creator, basically, is, like, if you establish in your niche, that's great. It's usually a good thing. If you break out into a mainstream audience, that tends to have a negative consequence for your mental health. Ash Hardell completely quit YouTube for a long time over those kinds of negative reactions and stuff. Yeah, nobody throws off shitheads like Naomi. She's good at it, I guess. Like, she's pretty amazing at it. I guess not many of these former subs fuck with anarchism, or at least self-proclaimed online anarchists, because of the shaky reputation anarchists have. Maybe. I did record that session recently. You guys asked, like, to clarify what gender anarchy means philosophically, and so, you know, I should probably post that before too long. I'm still working my way through the last couple streams worth of editing. The last, you know, week or two. Naomi makes them look stupid. She is really good at that. I feel like I wouldn't be bad at it, but again, it's like, do I want to have that kind of channel? I worry when I watch Naomi's debates these days, her opponents always take it to a deeply personal place. How do you mean? Like the personal attacks on her and stuff? No one. We need to have a Gaston song for Naomi and how great she is. I don't know what that is going to be exactly, but... oh, gosh. Attacks on her and her family. Yeah, because part of her thing is like, yeah, I'm breastfeeding my kids, like, I'm a mom. So, you know... that's the other thing, too, is it's like the whole Spider-Man thing of, like, you know, you can't tell your secret identity because then people will come after your family. Lo and behold, the Green Goblin's coming after Aunt May. You know, like, if you're like Nominal Naomi in that sense where you're like, I'm out here debating transphobes all the time, and part of what I'm talking about is my relationship to my kids and stuff, then, like, yeah, that unfortunately does open your family up to those attacks. So, that's, you know... but that's why I don't be arguing with conservatives that much. Yes. Oh, I just got handed an entire bag of Reese's. That's a pretty great development for the day. Just like, whole bag. Not sponsored, but boy howdy, they're yummy. Transphobes have always done personal attacks. Naomi barrels ahead. Love her. She's like an otter's coat repelling the water. Yeah, because, I mean... you know, if they're determined to do personal attacks on you, then it's not going to stop them if you just are nicer or whatever. I need scissors, so just get into my drawer. Whoa. Look, you've seen the secrets of my messy desk area drawer. Naomi is simply unflappable. She is pretty great. I haven't really even watched that much of her content. I just know she's got this reputation, and I've seen enough of it. Seen like enough of it to know, like, oh yeah, she's a BAMF. So we might do a little reaction to her lately, but we're gonna save that to the end. We're gonna save it for the end. Little Nominal Naomi moment. Okay, I'm gonna eat this Reese's thing because it's gonna be delicious. Ooh, and it was cold outside, so the chocolate is cold. That's pretty spectacular. You know that I'm not going to remember to put any of these Reese's in the freezer, so I'm going to get this one really nice chilled Reese's, and that's it. That's peak. That's peak candy right there. I don't think I have a candy that I like more than Reese's Pieces. Well, not Reese's Pieces, sorry. There's like an autocomplete there for the rhyming. It might be the Reese's Fast Break bar. That might be like my favorite candy. But Reese's products in general, it's like really hard to miss. Delicious. Okay. I'm still looking for a video from Hassan. Which size of Reese's Cups is superior? Okay. Listen, if you want, I'll do like a Reese's Cup review of some kind. But I don't know. Like, I don't think I've ever even had one of the big ones. Because that just seems like too much peanut butter. Like, you have to have a certain amount of moisture to counteract the peanut butter. And so it just seems like that's just too much of a peanut butter bite. But I don't know. So for now, I'm going to say that the original size is superior. Compared to, like, these guys, these little tiny guys. I don't know, the little tiny guys are pretty good. You just pop them in your mouth. Those are pretty good. The bite-sized ones, I think, are pretty delicious. I'm going to stick with that for my answer for now. Salty nut chocolate. Do you want salty nut to put in your mouth? I mean, I think that sounds like exactly what would be delicious right now. Salty nut in the mouth. What's up, Speedy Shimeji? You came in at just the right time. Delicious. I found Atkins brand high protein and low carb peanut butter cups. Good. Okay. Sorry I'm late, I was watching Keffels. Someone said earlier that maybe my stream numbers were low because people were out watching Keffels, and I was like, nah. How dare you? You've defected. Is she done? All these trans streamers streaming at the same time, making you choose. I was watching Keffels and you, and now I'm watching you and Vosh. Well done. I'm glad you're enjoying. We're getting very close to 69 likes for today. And we're halfway to the dono goal. I'm very appreciative of everybody's donos and reactions and likes and stuff today so far. It has been a good show thus far. Yeah, I need more water though. Keffels is done. Normally I would go to you first, but Discourse was too tempting to listen to. Ooh, what Discourse? What was she talking about? I didn't know that there was Discourse. I haven't been on Twitter because it's either arguments and stupidity or it's like Palestine. And it's like, I don't want to look at it right now. Oh, it was a they-fab debate. A they-fab debate. Love that. I just learned that they-fab is specifically referring to, like, non-transitioning, non-binary people. It's not just if you are assigned female and using they pronouns and being trans. It's, like, specifically if you're not medically transitioning. And it's like, okay, that contextualizes the term a little bit better for me. I just got like $20 from my local library. High five, Avis. Like, support the local libraries. Do it. Struggling with the Palestine vids. Definitely hard. Yeah, no, I mean, like, you know, we don't want to, like, see the things that we've seen. And yet, there is no taking it back. I'm thinking of getting some chocolate for myself. It's reached freezing temps in the UK, so it's now hibernation time. Listen, it snowed. I don't know if you were here earlier. Kansas got a big snow last night. Our first big snow of the year. And it was at least a couple inches. Like, anywhere that it snowed, I think it ended up being at least a couple inches. And yeah, it's definitely I'm like, oh, I'm ready to hunker down. Can I just not go places? I say as I have every intention to go back to the gym at 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Like, it's warm in my car. It's fine. So, oh boy. Places are canceled. No more places. No more going places. We're gonna stay home only. It's winter. Like, winter is not coming anymore. Winter done came. All the white shit outside should tell you. Okay, okay, I was gonna go take a little voice break, refill my water, go to the bathroom, and that means that we're gonna watch Hazan for a few minutes. Please, no more staying home. I had to call in sick the last 2 days. Listen, if you have to go out there and work, you know, props to you for that. Yeah, let's listen to this conversation about will ChatGPT destroy humanity? How about that? Okay, here we go, Hazan. Ready, set. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, okay? Be good, don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Mike Isaac in the building, New York Times tech reporter, writer of books. We are going to be talking about AI and OpenAI specifically and Sam Altman. So I thought, well, I actually originally asked Noah, I was like, who do you think I should ask? Like, who's a good guy to talk to about this? And he was like, go ask Mike Isaac. So starting off with, I mean, I guess, what the is OpenAI? What is going on? What is going on there? What's happening in Silicon Valley? Why are they like that?
This is actually really good for me to remember just because, like, I've been tech reporting for like 14 years and like am steeped in all this shit, and like people are like, oh yeah, of course Sam Altman, but like normal people don't know who this guy is.
Breaking news overnight.
Is that right? Like most people don't know who this dude is, I think.
Yeah.
It's been good to like step back. So so Sam Altman, he's this longtime sort of tech entrepreneur in the Valley. He is pretty well liked by most folks, but it's more important that he's pretty powerful, at least among startup land. He co-founds this company called OpenAI like 8 years ago with a bunch of other folks. And I think like people didn't pay a ton of attention to it just because all of their shit is very like, this is us trying to protect the world from AI that's going to kill everyone. And it always sounds like crazy, or at least to a lot of people, it sounds crazy is what I'll say. You know, a few years ago, or at least 18 months ago, AI suddenly became like this hot thing. The company blows up. Microsoft invests $13 billion in it.
Can we talk about that real quick? Because like, as far as I understand, and I know Mike Barbaro, my favorite podcaster, covered this morning on The Daily. With one of your colleagues, where they talked about how the structure of OpenAI originally was a nonprofit.
Yes.
And the nonprofit structure was controlled by 6 individuals, some of which had actually contributed to the data and the technology behind the artificial intelligence.
That's right.
And then later along the way, I think literally after Elon Musk pulled his finances from OpenAI, stopped backing it, Sam Altman turned around and looked for donors, which Microsoft was one of those donors, and I think like built, I guess, a for-profit entity outside of the company, or inside of the company technically. But the for-profit entity was still managed by the nonprofit 6-person board.
Yeah, that's kind of the reason we're in the mess that happened over the past 5 days. But like the whole point of the beginning was to form it as a nonprofit because in their like idealist mind, they're like, we want to create AI that's good for the world. And again, this is why they did it. Like whether you believe any of this actually works or is true, like that's fine. But I think their reasoning was, we don't want it to be profit driven. We want to be ideals driven and have the sort of money not be a part of it. We don't want that to sort of drive the equation.
Yeah.
And then they found out basically that the amount of money required to do this type of computing for large language models is fucking astronomical. Like data centers that process this stuff. First of all, people are competing for that computing power. It just costs tons of money, and they weren't able to raise it through donations alone. So they're like, all right, we need to Frankenstein a sort of LLC attached to this on the back of it, which is how they started being able to raise like investment rounds and money from companies like Microsoft. Sequoia's in there, which is a blue chip venture capital firm. And so like over time, it became a nonprofit that was ended up being very profit driven, attracted a lot of employees based on the promise of money, attractive investment based on the promise of money. And so like I think that's the heart of the tension now, is like idealism versus the capitalism that kind of infiltrated the company, if that makes sense.
But this distinction is important as far as I understand, because like Microsoft had a clause that they could not use it for profit, like all the data that they've actually like pumped $13 billion
Okay, did
into.
we solve it? Is it solved?
Which I don't really understand.
Is the issue of will ChatGPT destroy humanity? Did he do it? Surely, in the first 4 minutes of that 38-minute video, they have completely resolved the issue. I spent half of Thanksgiving yesterday explaining why AI is overhyped and not an existential threat like Skynet, but rather the continuation of long-existing technologies and a threat to labor power. Yeah, like, it's a threat to labor power. We now possess all knowledge on the subject. Good. Yeah, I'm glad. And now you can have it, and I don't need it. I don't need it. I do not require further knowledge. Okay. Well, anyway, since we just got back, and, oh, we're so close to hitting 69 likes. Can we do it? And then we're just gonna launch into our next subject. Take a little sippy sip. Yum. All over the great nation of the US of A, and of course, like in other places as well, but particularly in the US of A, there are lots of protests going on right now about the Palestinian plight. You know, people are protesting against the actions of the Israeli government, and that includes a bunch of Jewish folks, a bunch of Jewish Americans. And it's not, you know, it's not just your run-of-the-mill Jewish Americans. It's also rabbis, plenty of rabbis who are, you know, obviously authority figures. They're deeply invested in the culture and religion of the Jewish people, and they are saying, hey, like, not in our name. What are you drinking that's yum? Just water. I just have regular old water. It doesn't even have any lemon in it right now. And one rabbi in particular, Rabbi Jessica Rosenberg, is kind of in the news right now, because she interrupted Biden. Like that's where this all started. I believe she interrupted him in the middle of a press briefing of some kind. So that's where we'll start. We will start with this video on X, this video on twitter.com. It still says twitter.com up there, so it must still be twitter.com. Yeah, so it's a little like 12-second video of her interrupting Biden while he's speaking.
Mr. President, if
Oh
you
my
care
God.
about Jewish people, as a rabbi, I need you to call for a ceasefire right now.
Okay. I don't know if you could really hear her, so I'll start it over.
Mr. President, if
Oh
you
my
care
God.
about Jewish people, as a rabbi, I need you to call for a ceasefire right now.
Yeah, they're hissing at her. This is some Game of Thrones shit right now. Like the hissing. And they're like all shouting her down. Like, imagine shouting down a rabbi calling for a ceasefire against like an innocent bunch of people, since y'all are like bombing them on behalf of Jews worldwide. Like, imagine hissing at that person. That's crazy. I've never unironically hissed at a person in my life. Yeah, that's I genuinely had never seen it until like Game of Thrones. There's that one scene, you know, like with all the brown people, and like Daenerys is doing something that they don't like, and they go, "Sss," and I was like, oh, that's kind of funny. I think it was shushing. It was not just shushing. There was some shushing, but there was definitely just some S's in there. What's up, Christian Catboy? Not gonna lie, the Jewish people on those protests are extremely brave, especially as it often risks their own inclusion in their communities and families. It's really difficult to stand up to the very people who are meant to be your allies, friends, and family. Yeah, that does seem really quite challenging. And I think they were hissing at her for the rude interruption, not the subject matter. No, they did not start hissing until after she clarified that the reason for her interruption was that she was calling for a ceasefire. Like, you know, let's not pretend that it was that her outburst was rude in some form or fashion, because it wasn't. So we're seeing a view of this person from the behind, you know? We don't see this person's face. So, just, like, why is this in the news beyond that, right? Like, why is this subject going to take longer than the 3 minutes we've just been talking about it to talk about any further? Well, the reason is that the rabbi looks like
made
this.
Headlines when she confronted the president earlier this month at a campaign fundraiser in Minnesota. Here she is.
Mr. President, if you care about Jewish people.
Now.
Okay, hold on. Here we go.
What would you say to the president now?
Thank you so much for having me. I called for a ceasefire and I continue to call for a ceasefire because we cannot bomb our way to peace. We need a political solution, not a military solution. Palestinians are fighting.
You might notice that this woman has a beard and she's wearing red lipstick. And she has a lot of very important points to make. I guess we can listen to her entire interview if you guys would like to. But mostly I just want to say, like, look at what she looks like, okay? So, is she trans? I suppose some of you may be wondering. She is not. She is a cisgender woman, and she has polycystic ovarian syndrome. And she has chosen not to shave her beard off, basically. And predictably, there is no room for nuance on the right wing. So the kind of people who are going after her are like Megyn Kelly, for example.
No one seeming to understand exactly what the hell he meant by any of what he said. Just perfect during an international crisis. I'm actually surprised they haven't had any clarifying statements on it yet. They probably will soon. It happened last night during a fundraising event in Minneapolis. A protester stood up in the middle of his remarks and interrupted him. Watch.
Mr. President, if you care about Jewish people.
Was, quote, Rabbi, that was, quote, Rabbi Jessica Rosenberg. Jessica is a man pretending to be a woman and
just launching straight into it. Like, this person is a man pretending to be a woman. Like, not only is that like rude to say about trans people anyway, but it's like you're literally just attacking cisgender women with an extremely mild form of like intersexism, essentially. She had an important message to say. We should hear her out because way too many people are ignoring her message and only looking at her appearance. Okay, we'll circle back to her. We'll circle back around to it. So, yeah, but like, and Megyn Kelly's not the only person as well who's talking shit. So we'll talk about the talking shit, and then we'll come back around and like talk about the message a little bit more clearly.
I don't know if she's pretending to be a rabbi too, but she barely tries to hide the fact that she's a man. She sports a beard. She's a bearded lady reconstructionist rabbi. That's a thing, right? To my Jewish friends.
So yeah, and also, so how much more likely is it that she's a woman with PCOS, or that because she refuses to shave the beard that she might be like, if you assumed that she was trans, why would you not think she's trans the other way? No, but like, no, she's got to assume, you have to assume that it's a man pretending to be a woman. Couldn't she sue for defamation for that? Maybe for the pretending to be a rabbi comment, I could see. Yeah, this is why the fight for trans rights is also one and the same, with the fight for intersex rights. One doesn't work without the other, right? Even amongst people with PCOS, I've seen more glorious beards than that. And then there's a little Pink News article, talking about how former U.S. college swimmer Riley Gaines and Libs of TikTok creator Chaya Raichik have targeted this cis rabbi with polycystic ovary syndrome. They're also calling her a man pretending to be a woman, also pretends to be a rabbi, the post reads from Libs of TikTok. Sir, Halloween was nearly a month ago, says Riley Gaines, this is the one who didn't even race against Leah Thomas, but complained about having to share a locker room with her. But yes, Rosenberg identifies herself as queer. She's queer and visibly gender nonconforming, but she is a cis woman with PCOS. Let's go ahead and finish this interview part. Let's actually listen to what she had to say, because it is unfortunate that, like, the message of pro-Palestinian, ceasefire, humanitarianism, that message is not being heard amidst all this kerfuffle about what she looks like. That the conservatives, like, this is, I want this to be clear. This is why, as a trans person, I am not going to break out into a mainstream audience and be, like, accepted in that way, and neither will intersex people like this woman, is because the meat of our ideas can be completely ignored in favor of attacks on our appearance and otherwise, like, attacks on who we are as people, instead of grappling with the ideas. So instead of grappling with the humanitarian cause that Rabbi Jessica Rosenberg is attempting to champion, she's attempting to champion for the Palestinian people, for the Gazan people, that they deserve, like, something more than just a humanitarian pause. They deserve a ceasefire. And yeah, it's like really frustrating that the meat of your idea can be completely ignored. Like, it's not even controversial to these people that she's calling for a ceasefire. It's controversial to these people that she has a hormonal disorder and she refuses to shave her beard. She tied 5th place with Leah. The locker room grifter was another person. Oh, I thought that Riley Gaines had not even raced against her. Because wasn't Riley Gaines the one who was at the congressional, like, the House Judiciary meeting? I could swear, but it's fine. There's too many of these fucking stories. It's easy to lose track. Yeah, there's so many people grifting off Leah that it gets confusing. True. People can be way too willing to disregard someone's argument over things that hold no importance. Right. And it's like she doesn't have any control over the fact that she grows facial hair. She chooses not to shave it because she shouldn't have to. That's true, Twitchy Witch. It's very ironic that the right wing will scream anti-Semitism at leftists who support Palestine, but will also employ every still disgusting anti-Semitic and sexist trope against Jewish people who support Palestine, to the point of denying their humanity. Right, like, she has a big nose and, like, PCOS-induced beard, therefore she is, like, a man. Like, oh, I can see your thick brows. Like, do you mean these features that are totally fucking normal for someone who is ethnically Jewish? I don't know, weird. When I was in high school, I passed as male decently enough that some of the cis-het guys didn't know that I was trans. It's actually insane how differently people treat what you have to say when they think you're a cis man. Right. Like, how frustrating must it be for, like, it's not just trans people, it's women and it's black folks. Like, all these different folks are just, like, not listened to by virtue of things that they have absolutely no control over. Their ideas are just treated by default as inferior. So let's combat that by listening to what this Rabbi Jessica Rosenberg actually had to say.
We need a political solution, not a military solution. Palestinians are fighting for equal rights in the land. And as someone who learned from Jewish tradition that all life is sacred, that is what I'm fighting for as well. And that's why I'm calling for a ceasefire.
As you know, Rabbi, there are many in the Jewish community dealing with the trauma of the massacre and, of course, the hostages who have yet to return home. But they're also dealing with anti-Semitic attacks. Perhaps, you have dealt with that as well. We are seeing that just disturbingly across the world. While you're calling for peace, what do you say to people in the Jewish community who are still dealing with all this pain?
I guess that's an interesting question. Like what do you say to people? Like, how do you balance that? Like, you know, that obviously this whole thing was predicated by this attack, whatever, da da da. Like, obviously ignoring the fact that Israel had already violated the terms of the ceasefire at previous times within the past year, and that Hamas on October 7th did not, like, unilaterally break the ceasefire. But, like, yeah, obviously acknowledging that there are individuals who are harmed by terrorist activities, like, who don't have any positions of power, like, just folks who are just out there living their lives. Like, obviously, on neither side should there be citizen death of people who don't have any part in this, you know? So I guess, yeah, how do you address both of those things?
Well, first of all, we get to grieve. We take all the space and time we need to feel the extreme grief and rage of the violence on October 7th. And to acknowledge all of what comes up when this happens, which is centuries of anti-Semitism, and killing Palestinians does not honor or bring back any of the lives of Israelis who were lost on the 7th. And I want to say, I know there's many non-Jews who believe that supporting Israel in this war is how to stand in solidarity with Jews or even make repair for the atrocities of the Holocaust. And I want to say that ending anti-Semitism in all the places that Jews live, everywhere, that is how you stand in solidarity with Jews.
But Hamas has and continues.
Yeah, she's like, you know, let's separate the idea of Israel from the idea of Jewish well-being. You know, the way to address this is to counteract anti-Semitism in all its forms and not to, like, launch an all-out assault on the Palestinian individuals, you know? Being a non-passing trans man is frustrating because I know I am getting treated different. Yeah, I mean, it's, yeah. Main topic sometime soon? Yes, main topic soon. We're almost done with this. Okay, last question from
to
the
be an
interviewer.
existential threat to Israel. If your calls for a ceasefire are answered, would you be concerned that that could potentially put more Jewish lives at risk?
I'm concerned for Jewish lives and Palestinian lives and all lives. And looking towards what is the future we're visioning, it needs to begin with an end to occupation and equal rights for all people in this land. And until we have that, if Hamas is eradicated, a different group will emerge. Like that is when people are living without basic rights. That is the fundamental threat to safety in the region.
That is an excellent point. I'm so, hold on, pause. I'm so glad that she makes that point. Like, there is always going to be this extremist activity there so long as we are not addressing people's fundamental basic needs. Like, it's just, I'm so glad that she points that out. And she did not allow herself to get sucked into this idea that, like, Jewish lives and Palestinian lives are somehow in opposition to each other. That you somehow, in supporting one, are by definition slighting the other somehow. And she's like, no, like, I'm concerned for all these different groups. I'm going to speak on behalf of them equally, or, like, you know, calling for a ceasefire, calling for an end to the occupation. I'm really glad that she slipped that in, like, calling for an end to the occupation of Palestine, because that's, again, like, this isn't like a two equals in a war over territory or something. This is like a dominant power and an apartheid state of people who absolutely do not have freedom of movement or, like, access to basic water and stuff. Like, there's a lot of artists. There's, like, disproportionately more artists per capita in Palestine than there are in most other countries. And I think partially it's because what kind of actual job can you hold down if there is just going to spontaneously be bombing and, like, military on the ground and stuff, like, at any time? So, like, jobs are probably hard to come by, and, like, art is an expression of, like, human struggle and human emotion. So obviously a lot of the people there are experiencing things that are needing to be artistically expressed. So, yeah, like, let's acknowledge the humanity of people and not terrorize them? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, as an over 6 foot white AMAB who is naturally slim and about a 7, like you're giving yourself an attractiveness rating of about a 7, I'll take it. I literally am someone who had top tier male privilege and white privilege. Why would I choose to give up all of that unless I was truly unhappy? Because you just want attention, okay? You just want attention. All you want is to satisfy your fetish. And so if people call you by the correct pronouns, we know better. We know that you're going to be getting your jollies off or some insane shit like that. Excuse me. Okay. We're going to do the title topic soon. We're going to do the title topic next. Title topic, title topic, title topic next. Okay. That's actually kind of beautiful. Art is so fundamental to the human spirit, and as an artist myself, that kind of makes me feel even closer to Palestine. Yeah, it's like, it's interesting that there's so many more artists there. Still waiting for a sex swap switch, but until then, transition is the best option we got. I know, Violet. Just press the button. Boop. I don't think I would press the button, but why do transphobes think that self-affirmation feelings equals sexual pleasure? I don't know. I don't know. I think it's because when they see trans people, they can't think about anything except for how our sex lives have changed. And obviously they think of trans women as possessing like the erotic components that are most important on both men and women. Like they have titties and they have the pee-pee. Like, so trans women in particular get sexualized because they're seen as having like the sexual appeal of both genders, I guess, which obviously in its inverse means that trans men are kind of desexualized, because if you've had top surgery, well, then you've removed a sexual characteristic, is the way that we think about it. Like, even though obviously men's chests can be sexy, but it's not like an erogenous zone for most people. It's not considered like, you know, you don't have to cover yourself in public kind of bullshit. And then, like, yeah, people tend to treat the presence of a vagina as, like, the absence of the more powerful organ. So trans men end up kind of being viewed as, like, desexed in a way. Excuse me. I think there is sexual pleasure in having our sex align with our identity, but I don't see that as anything we should be ashamed of. Of course. Like, of course, you're gonna be, like, yeah, that's sexy if the person is treating you as the gender that you want to be treated as, you know? Like, if your partner is assuming that you're gonna be, like, a super strong masculine top, but you want to bottom, then, like, obviously that's gonna cause a dissonance, and you're gonna be much happier when you have a partner, or if that partner adjusts with you and is like, sure, I will top you, you know? Like, there is obviously validation in that, and it doesn't mean that you're being primarily driven by that satisfaction. Oh man. I like that my chest has reached a point that people are now uncomfortable with me being shirtless. Mostly just because it's recognition. I'm not like enjoying that discomfort in that way, but it's like, yeah, I get it. I'm not at all surprised to hear. Chatter is now post-vulvoplasty and is much hornier now than before. Like, yeah. Like, you're existing in your body now. No, asexual trans people don't exist, Avi. You don't exist. There's actually, it's not just that asexual trans people don't exist. According to these people, asexual people don't exist. Clip me out of context. Do it. Not gonna lie, my issues with sex really decreased when I began to transition and acknowledge what I actually wanted for myself. True. Yeah, all aces have just blinked out of existence. You don't exist. Nah. Okay, let's go ahead and do our title issue. Title issue. I feel like we don't often get to see into the minds of transphobic parents. Like, let's just be legit and just call it transphobia. When these parents are like, I really love my kid, but Jesus, like, more important, you know. The article that we're going to be reading today is from thegospelcoalition.org, and it's called, I Love My Transgender Child. I Love Jesus More. It's written by an anonymous member, and it's about their trans daughter. So they raised a son, and then now this child, quote unquote, is 18 years old and is coming out to them as a woman. And this is about their process, you could say, their process of how they're dealing with that. Goes to eat cake to celebrate my asexuality. Don't talk about cake. I want cake. I made a sweet potato pie and we only ate like half of it and then it started to mold and I was so fucking butthurt. Anyway. So I haven't decided, am I gonna change all of the pronouns in this article, or am I just gonna read it as they have said it? It's not like I'm gonna correct any of the other heinous things they're gonna say about their kid. So I feel like it would just be really difficult to keep consistent with editing the pronouns this entire thing. So I'm just gonna participate in the misgendering of this teenager and read what their parents wrote verbatim. Oh my god, there's so much gunk in my throat. It's so awful. Okay, so yeah, here's the article. Jesus, I'm not going to do an accent this entire time. I really want to do an accent. Jesus connects family strife to bearing a cross, and I'm beginning to understand these verses personally. Following Jesus has led to a type of death between my oldest son and me, my wife, and our other children. My son professed faith in Jesus at a young age. He consistently engaged in spiritual conversations with me, our family, and our church family. It came as a shock to us when last year he stated he had gender dysphoria and wondered if he was transgender. Interestingly, like, acting as though being part of the church inherently means that you will not have gender dysphoria and those feelings. Like, so within a few months, our 18-year-old firmly believed he was transgender and that an LGBT plus identity was compatible with Scripture's reading. Incompatible with Scripture's teaching. I don't know that, like, there's much in the Scripture to really talk about this, but whatever. Asking why. Why? My wife and I had many questions swirling in our minds, like, what had happened to our son? Did we do something wrong? Why didn't God protect him? As we look back on what contributors might have led our son to that lifestyle, we can only land on a few. Yeah, trying to logic it out. Honestly, I think trans people do this sometimes as well. Like, we look back and we go, oh, you know, I guess I did used to want to wear my dad's shirts sometimes, but I feel like I didn't really have that many signs. And, you know, because you hear this narrative so much that everybody knows they're trans from the time they're 5, because that's what the, like, diagnostic requirement was for the longest time. But, you know, so you look back into your past and you're like, when did this start? Like, what were the signs? Because you're almost trying to be like, and if I knew when I was 5, then I can do it now. Like, I can transition now. I'll be allowed to accept that this is real if whatever, when I was younger. But, like, yeah, parents, I think, are like, they feel like something went wrong. I think these Christian parents feel like something went wrong. And so they're trying to figure out, where did we go wrong so we can do differently for our next children, or like, so that we can reverse whatever damage we did. So they point to an old friendship coming back into their kid's life during COVID shutdowns. This friend was moving through the spectrum of the LGBT plus community. Is that like when you first come out as bi and then you come out as pansexual and then you come out as trans? Like, you work your way through it. My wife and I encouraged our son to be faithful to the word, which included showing love and grace to this friend. So apparently always a few other people who had meaningful relationships with my son expressed to him their belief that LGBT plus lifestyles can align with Christianity. Plenty of Christians believe this, although I personally think it's better for the country and the world if people believe that Christianity and being LGBT are mutually exclusive, because then that's going to mean that less people want to be involved with Christianity. So while my son currently believes all LGBT plus identities are compatible with Christianity, he has also admitted his relationship with Jesus isn't great. His mom and I know that if he's a genuine believer, he must turn from the sin he's in because, quote, those who do such things will not inherit the kingdom of God. If he embraces this lifestyle, he doesn't give evidence of genuine trust in and obedience to Jesus. It's always so creepy, the obedience factor. Do you know what I mean? Like the idea that, you know, this all-powerful creator is someone who you have to like unquestioningly follow the commands of, no matter how bad it makes you feel, no matter how harmful it is to you. Being queer is totally permitted in scripture anyway. Jesus recommends choosing to become a eunuch. That doesn't sound like it's permitted. That sounds like he's like, you should cut your balls off because then it'll prevent you from wanting to do gay stuff. Anyway, since my son made his decision, I've read about potential triggers and causes for why individuals can be drawn into LGBT plus identities. Whether there are real internal or external pulls, I've come to realize that at some point, I have to simply surrender to the Lord that I don't know what I don't know. I pray that's not a lazy response on my part, but instead an admission of surrender to the Lord. He knows and he sees, and the greatest answer for my son and for my family is Jesus. But saying that is much easier than living it out. Like, I guess they were going down this path of like, what makes people be gay? Is it genetic? Is it caused by like rapid onset gender dysphoria or something? Like maybe they were trying to come up with some reason like that, and they're like, okay, well, there isn't a consistent answer as to why people turn out gay. So, and like they probably are also like, we rigidly enforced gender roles on our kids when they were younger, so there's no we have nothing to look back on in our kids' life to say, oh, our kid was clearly showing signs when they were younger, because they were probably being policed. Jesus never mentions homosexuality once in the New Testament. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think that it was really in there unless you construe a line that's supposed to be about not harming children. Anyway, whatever. Loving our son. For months after this announcement, our son was mostly closed and antagonistic toward us. As he became more confident in his views, he opened up more. Today, he is cordial, but there have been many roadblocks on this journey. For example, when he was finally willing to talk with us, he communicated his hope that we'd call him by his new chosen name and pronouns. We knew we couldn't do that. At that point, he said that by not using the preferred name and pronouns, we weren't doing the bare minimum to love him. That's true. Like, you're not doing the bare minimum to care for a trans person if you refuse to use their name and pronouns. Like just using someone's name and pronouns reduces the likelihood that they'll commit suicide. If just one person in their life is doing that for them, it reduces their risk by quite a lot. So yeah, Kurt, hearing that crushed our hearts, but we thought, how could we affirm an identity that ignores God's goodness for him and ignores the goodness of the physical body? How can we ignore that our son is making himself central and not Jesus? And God, why is this happening? Like, I know that not all Southern people are stupid and transphobic. Let me have my fun, okay? During one conversation, when we said we couldn't use the preferred name and pronouns, he said to us, then I can't guarantee I won't kill myself. He eventually went to his room wailing and weeping profusely. My wife and I were also crying, feeling helpless. Certainly, it'd be easier to simply call him by the preferred name and pronouns. Certainly, it'd be easier to celebrate the thing he celebrates. Yes. Yes. Like, why do you care? Like, the idea that you're making our kid is making them self-central and not Jesus. Like, okay, like why don't Jesus come down here and fix all the bullshit dysphoria that I'm dealing with? You know, like, why don't Jesus come down here and pluck my soul and put it in the right fucking body this time? Like, like, I don't know. Pronouns save lives. Yeah, like I do. I'm sure that this was protracted over the course of a huge conversation too. Like, I think it's kind of disingenuous. Like, during one conversation, okay, so you've had multiple conversations about this at this point. When we said we couldn't use the preferred name and pronouns, okay, so you've told the kid this multiple times. During one conversation, when we said, okay, because you mentioned earlier that there was a communicated hope that we would call them by the new name and pronouns, okay? I can tell that this is a conversation you've had more than once. You've probably had protracted conversations, and finally the kid's like, I am so upset by this, I can't guarantee that I won't kill myself. It comes across as an ultimatum, the way that they've presented it here. I'm sure that it is not like that in those actual moments, right? Holy shit. In these moments, it's hard to remember that the change he's asking for will harm him not only spiritually, but also mentally and physically. Okay, yeah, so no, just never gonna cite the, like, mental and physical harm. Just the assumption that natal puberty is good and healthy, and intervening in that process is physically unhealthy. It's scary how well you do that Southern accent. Thanks. I would pray to Jesus every day if he gave me a sex switch, not gonna lie. Okay, so last year, my son suffered severe depression and suicidal ideation, admitting himself to the ER during Christmas break. It was the bleakest Christmas my family had ever experienced, and those weeks led to months of wondering if I would find my child dead in his room. Our questions persisted. Why can't we just hold him and make everything better? Does God even care? Loving Jesus more. Oh no, we're gonna double down on the Jesus stuff. When my son thought we hated him, he didn't realize our love for Jesus and for him is greater than he could imagine. Man, yeah, you are probably a bad parent if you are prioritizing your love for your imaginary friend over your love for your children. Because that's ultimately what's happening here. It is. Like, because, yeah, it would be much easier for you to just use the correct pronouns. It would be much easier for you to just use the name. It would be much easier if you did that. And the fact that you're not doing that means that you are prioritizing your love for your imaginary friend over your love for your children. Like, I don't even know that you understand what love means if you are the kind of person who's like, I'm going to sit here and cause suffering to my child. And, like, I can see that my child is getting upset and they're crying because I have elevated this religious doctrine over their well-being. Like, I'm literally willing to sacrifice their well-being because I think that their suffering in service to the Lord is virtuous. And, like, I've decided that their suffering is the thing that they are supposed to do in order to affirm their religious beliefs. Anyway. So they go on, the reality is that my wife and I love our son, and we've always wanted to love what he loves because we love him. However, in this, we couldn't affirm him. We couldn't delight in evil. We had to delight in the truth, even if our son felt like our love was actually hatred. She and I must die to ourselves for a few reasons. I don't know what that phrase means, I guess. Jesus' life and the only way to living life to the fullest. Our words and actions can point our son to his needs for Jesus. We trust that dying to self leads to greater life and praise to God. Does that mean... What does that mean? It means, like, giving up what you want or something? I don't know what that phrase means. We know every parent has to die to self to truly love his or her child. It's a pattern we set from the beginning. Our children don't always know what they want or what's best for them, and we don't either, which is why we have to trust Jesus and his word. They care, thank you. They care about somebody that they have never met so much that they're willing to torment their child to the point where they're idealizing suicide. Thank you, Twitchy Witch. Die to yourself means leaving behind your own desires, intentions, and pride. Okay, thank you for that clarification. My suicidal tendencies had become constant before I started my transition, literally only alive due to feeling guilt over leaving my son without the second parent. I still haven't been able to be part of his life, but he knows I'm out there. Since starting my transition, I've done immensely better and actually want to live again. This is true for so many members of our community. Yeah, like, it's not like we're trying to, like, manipulate people into supporting us because, like, the stakes are so high. It's like, just if you look at the statistics, we do have a greater tendency towards self-harm and suicidal behaviors. Like, and we know, looking at the statistics, that even one affirmative person in your life reduces your risk of suicidal attempts and ideation by a significant degree. And you just have to be committed to misunderstanding your children and the situation in order to double down like this. Like, it's just so painful. Regularly, my wife and I admit the only way we can follow Jesus through these tumultuous waters is by the sustaining grace God gives in Jesus. My son's struggles have shown us our dependence on Jesus. Excuse me. And as we gaze at our Savior, we see how Jesus' death was the only one that blossomed into resurrection life, not only for himself, but for all who trust him. If I'm resting in Jesus and looking to him, my continued death, resulting from my child's spiritual blindness, can only mean more life. This doesn't mean I'll always get the things I think I should receive, but it does mean God wastes no deaths that share in Christ's suffering. So basically, they're just like, bro, we've decided to double down and not affirm the kid and continue spouting Jesus shit at them. Like, this kid is 18 already. This quote-unquote kid. Like, your kid is 18. And pretty soon, she's gonna move out. And she's never gonna talk to you again. And she's gonna be better off for it. Like, it's crazy, yeah, when they think they know better. Like, so many... Like, I don't want to slam all conservatives or all Christians, because we've seen examples of conservative families coming around and supporting their kids. That mother who testified in front of the House Judiciary Committee, she was a conservative Christian from Texas, and like, they came around to loving their children and like understanding, I guess their one kid was trans, to loving their kid and being like, yeah, I know that this complicates things and it complicates our relationship with the community, but just like nut up and be there for your kid and support them and get them the medical care that they need. These parents are weak. They think they're suffering, but it's much easier to pretend you're an infallible religious conduit than admit you're wrong about any of it. It's pure weakness on the part of the parents because they refuse to do the work required of a parent or even a human being to learn and grow because they want to think of themselves as being right more than they love their child. They are not strong enough to grapple with the fact that their beliefs are inhuman. Like, their beliefs are like inhumane. They believe things that are directly in contradiction to like human flourishing. Like, it's like a death cult. It's a death cult, which is like, I think about death a lot, and they're a death cult though. They're like, we want the rapture and we want Jesus to return, and like, yeah, they want bad things to happen. It even says in the article, yeah, Violet, most Christians in that trans girl's life believe that LGBTQ plus people and Christianity are compatible, and the parents attacked them for not pushing anti-LGBTQIA ideas to their child. It is entirely the extremists that are the problem. Yeah, like, even other people in these extremist evangelicals or whatever they are, their lives, there are other loving Christians in their community that are okay with trans people and gay people and think that those things are in line with what they view as God's creation. Like, speaking of arrogance, like, and thinking they know better, like, imagine viewing like something that is obviously like a creation of God. It's obviously, if you believe in that, then gay people happen everywhere and trans people happen everywhere. Therefore, God makes people that way. You know, imagine thinking that, like, the words of men on Earth are like telling human people that they should be less of what God made them to be. You know, like, I'm not a religious person in that way, but like, yeah, I could easily make the argument that like God makes people the way that they are, and that you are opposed to God's will if you are opposed to people being the way that they naturally are. I know, dude, Christians are obsessed with death and apocalypse. It's pretty silly. It's pretty silly. There's no rapture in the Bible. The Catholics made it up. There's also no hell in the Bible, right? Like, there's no hell. That's some shit that got made up way later, too. Dying to self comes from the belief that you die and are born again when you're baptized. Interesting. My question is, didn't God make all of us too? So if our brain is telling us to do something, then it's God's will. But the devil can speak to you. Like, yeah. Can angels in general speak to you and like influence you in that way, and they just don't because they're under God's supervision? Because like, why does God allow the devil to exist and be powerful enough to influence things on the world when he was originally just an angel and was a creation of God? Like, as someone who was raised Jewish, we have no hell. Yeah, no, yeah, Jewish people don't have a hell. Loving how God gave the devil the ability to sound like him. Like, yeah, that's not really God. That's actually... This is all explained in Good Omens. No. That's really funny. That's really funny. I'm gonna have to watch that. I know Good Omens is based. I know. It's queer love. I need to watch it. Oh my goodness. Right, yeah, so many Christians are like, just you wait until the rapture happens, then you'll see. They want to blow up the world to own the libs. I'm gonna watch season 2 tonight. Oh, I haven't started watching the first season. I should. I think it's just available on an Amazon Prime, right? My dad keeps trying to get me into Good Omens. No one is trying to get me into Good Omens. And that's part of why I'm probably gonna watch it. Because I'm just like, I want to know what these characters are about. I've seen enough of it online, and I'm like, I want to know what that's about. If the memes are tasty enough, that's kind of one of the things. Frankly, it is a form of advertisement, because my partner and I watched the first season of Invincible after seeing a bunch of the memes, and we were like, okay, well, we should watch this because it seems like it would be pretty lit. And then it was pretty lit. And season 2 has started, but it's not going to all be out until next month, and no one I live with is going to watch it, so I can't, like, reasonably watch it until it's bingeable. It's like, I can't, like, watch this show and be wanting to talk about it, and nobody around me wants to talk about it, you know? Like, I can't be spoiling shit for people. I will talk about it with you. Will you talk about it with me? Okay. At least I know I have someone who will talk about Invincible Season 2 with me. But I can only type about it. I can't talk about it out loud. Unfortunately, I have read the whole comic, so I have to be careful because it's sticking with the comics. Yeah, I know. We could get the whole omnibus, and we did talk about it at one point. We were Googling, like, how much would it be to get the whole omnibus? And it's pretty expensive. But we're thinking about it. Invincible is badass, but still only on season 1 for now. No, season 2 started to air. I think Invincible season 2, or it's just about to. Yeah, there's like several episodes. Oh, I'm only at season 1 so far. Okay, yeah. Still only, oh, you're still only on season 1. Okay, yeah. I have not watched any of season 2 yet. Only season 1. Season 2 is dropping episodes on Fridays. I read the comic because the first season was so good and season 2 was so far away, and I was like, I can't wait, I must consume more. That's right around the time that we started looking for how much does it cost. was right around there. Omni-Man's omnibussy. True. I hate you so much right now. Oh, that's so silly. Got all the comics digitally at the moment. Nice. I don't know that I want to read comics on my computer, but I appreciate it. Oh yeah, Kitty Tick pointed out earlier that dinosaur bones are old because God made other planets in the past and Earth was created from those remnants. I thought that dinosaur bones were old because God made them old and then put them there to create an idea that evolution happened, but it didn't really. I use a Samsung table to read comics in bed. Nice. Hey, there's 54 people in here. We have 76 likes on the video right now. How many more likes can we get today? Perhaps we can get to 100? I don't know. We have like one last thing to do today. We've already been streaming for like 3 hours. So our main thing that we still have left today is reacting to a Nominal Naomi debate. Because someone posted it in the stream recommendations channel and I started to watch it and I was like, wow, Nominal Naomi seems pretty cool. And it's 17 minutes long. Me and my fiance are probably going to catch up on this season of Ink Master. Those are like, it's like a reality tattoo TV show, right? I've seen a video where a woman claims that dinosaur bones are made from plaster. GG's, everybody. Let's wrap it up. Let's, you know, we're done. Humanity, let's just close the book on this chapter of humanity. Let's close the book on this chapter of, like, this epoch of the world. And let's allow the octopi to... Nah, not the octopi. Let's let the orcas develop legs again. And then they can take over the world. You know, orcas, they seem like they're way smarter than us. I love the idea of God just spreading dirt and debris on dinosaur bones, being like, it's not good enough. They have to believe these giant lizards actually existed. Gotta bury them deep down in there. Put them next to rocks that can be carbon dated. Lux going full, I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. I like living on this planet. It's the only planet that I have. I've got a huge collection of gender bender and trans comics I've been collecting for a while. Nice. That sounds fun. I'm just not a big reader. You know, I'm definitely hitting that place in my adulthood where reading is just not happening that much. I read for my job. You know, I'll go there and be like, what are the articles about? Like, what are we learning? But as far as just sitting down to read, I just don't have fucking time, dude. I have other shit to do. And the stuff that I've been doing in my creative time recently is like crocheting. Look at my holly leaves that I crocheted a couple years ago. So, yeah, just don't have time to read. Yeah, 28 was the turn for me. Like, when you turned 28, you stopped reading? I stopped reading a long time ago. Listen to more audiobooks. Yes, audiobooks just, yeah, I gotta get the library thing so that I can get access to more free audiobooks. Man, I'm doing the intermittent fasting thing, and I'm getting hungry. I ran out of time and jobs got too involved for audiobooks. That sucks. Yeah, I listen to audiobooks as I go to bed at night, but it's like audiobooks I've already listened to. Not the same as trying to read something you've never read before. Cool, there's like 60 people hanging out in here. You can do it, Lux. I believe in you. Listen, I can do a great many things. I can also flex if we get to the dono goal, but I don't know that we're going to. Thank you, everybody, so much for your donos earlier. That was lit. Okay, I don't need that anymore. Everybody knows Nominal Naomi from her talking about and defending the concept of transgender women inducing lactation so that they can breastfeed. That's like the main thing that she got famous for. But she's like the trans debate bro right now. Like that's what Nominal Naomi does. More than Keffals, more than Demon Mama. Like Demon Mama used to be the trans debate bro, and she doesn't do it anymore. Oh, I don't ever check. Here, I added it to it. I don't actually go in and check how much of a subscription you got, and it doesn't tell me that you did a 3-month sub, but I'll add it now. Thank you. So yeah, Nominal Naomi is pretty based, and I thought that we would react to this video of her debating a, quote, delusional dictionary on trans rights. Save my voice a little bit here. Goop Daddy? No. I don't like that. No more, no Goop Daddy. No Goop. No Goop, yes Naomi. Okay.
Jason, please show me your intellectual superiority in the free marketplace of ideas. I am begging to be destroyed with facts and logic. So basically, you think that trans people are somehow like delusional. So let's just kind of like first off establish like what is a delusion.
Oh my god, I love this so much. First of all, her cat is very cute. I kind of cannot see what table that's on. It kind of just looks like it's floating midair. Like her cat is in this ottoman and it's just floating midair. So whatever this sorcery is, I will bow to Naomi's superior witchcraft. But yeah, I do love this though. Let's establish our definitions. Let's get on the same page about what we're talking about here. If you're going to say trans people are delusional, then we need to understand what delusion means. Cat tower, yeah, but it just looks like that there's a little leg, and the leg is just not on anything. Anyway.
Delusion is a false belief that somebody holds.
I can see it. There's the edge of the table right there. It's a dresser that just looks like it's the same color as this door. Anyway, sorry.
Doesn't change even when presented contrary evidence,
okay,
right? First off, establish like what is a delusion. A delusion is a false belief that somebody holds that doesn't change even when presented contrary evidence, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I guess my question to you is like, if you think that I as a trans person am delusional, then like, what am I delusional about? What do I have a false belief about?
So let me just ask, are you a trans woman?
Yeah.
Biologically male?
Biologically, I'd say that I'm a transsexual because some of my biology's changed since taking hormones.
Well, I mean biologically.
So yeah, like, that's a good nuanced point as well. Like, she's about to deal with like this, okay, what am I delusional about? Like, okay, you can't be like, I'm delusional about what sex I am because I'm a transsexual. Like, I've changed my sex. Wow. Amazing.
Logically, like, at birth.
Yeah, at birth I was assigned male at birth.
The fact that you would change yourself and you believe that just because you change and operate, and I would consider mutilation to be mutilation, you believe that you can change who you are, when in reality, once you are a male, you'll never be.
Her hair is everything in this vid. I know, it's so good. I love the purple.
Hold up. What am I having a false belief about, though? Because you just said that, like, I can change my body in some ways, and, like, yeah, I can change my body in those ways. I believe that I can change my body in all the ways which hormones allow my body to change. I believe that I could change my body through various surgeries, surgeries that I haven't had, but that are possible. But outside of things that are, like, actually changing my body, I don't think anything magically changes. So, like, where's the delusion?
I would say...
God, I just love her so much. This guy has exactly 100 IQ. I thought 100 was, like, middle of the road. Exactly 100 IQ. I just built my kittens a cat tower the other week, and they love it. My cat weighs, like, almost 20 pounds. So, for him, a cat tower is, like... It's gotta be real fucking sturdy on the bottom. And I don't really have the space for it. I would love to, though. Wouldn't that be great, having the space for, like, some good cat infrastructure? This cat tower is beefy. This one, I think, is just, oh, no, you're saying your cat tower. Oh, nice. Ooh. Built out of real wood. Ooh, delicious. Okay, he's real middle-of-the-road intelligence, is what you're saying. Okay. 100 is average. I'd be generous and give him an IQ of 50.
Delusion lies in the fact that, especially with transsexualism, is BID, bodily integrity disorder. You you can't accept who you are, so you have to change who you are, and you will never actually change.
Bodily integrity disorder, is that an actual thing? Is that a diagnosis that still gets used at all? I'm not really familiar with it.
Just be mutilated. Just because
Would they call that body dysmorphia? I don't know. I will need to see more of this person. True. I don't know what conversation it is, but I need to collab with Nominal Naomi. Like, she's truly just so cool. Like, I don't know what the discussion is going to be about, but we need to discuss something with Nominal Naomi. I wonder if can we, like, double team a debate? Like, invite me to debate with you, Nominal Naomi. President Sunday said that he was going to get together some more debate panel type stuff, or like panels in general, and maybe I need to message him and be like, hey, yo, are we going to do something like this? Because I want to do more collaborative work with the community. I want to do this. Body integrity disorder has to do with amputating limbs, like people who want to cut their arm off. Okay, so that's a totally different thing. Like a totally different deal. Okay, I see. Yeah.
What do you mean? Wait, hold up. What do you mean I'm not actually changing? Like, for example,
let me take it back.
So you have to change who you are, and you will never actually change. You'll just be mutilated. Just because
What do you mean? Wait, hold up. What do you mean I'm not actually changing? Like, for example, I love my body. I decided to go on estrogen, and that caused me to develop boobs. Like these are real boobs that I developed. So what is it that I think that I can change that I can't?
So would you ever get like bottom surgery?
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay, so that's when it, I guess, crosses a line of, you know, you're changing, you're messing with you're mutilating yourself, and that part I was.
Is your problem? Wait. Does getting bottom surgery make somebody delusional, or is your problem that you think it's like mutilation? Like, what's your problem with bottom?
Yeah, there's two different things. Video's not on screen. You don't need it. You're not allowed. I wish that there was some way to automate this, but there isn't.
Bottom surgery?
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay, so that's when it, I guess, crosses a line of, you know, you're changing, you're messing with you're mutilating yourself, and that part I was.
Is your problem? Wait. Does getting bottom surgery make somebody delusional, or is your problem that you think it's like mutilation? Like, what's your problem with bottom surgery there?
Just because you mutilate yourself doesn't change anything about yourself. Like,
wait. What do you mean? It literally changes something about yourself. Like, if I were to get bottom surgery, then purely, objectively, descriptively, my genitals would function differently, because that's what surgery does. Like, surgery changes the body. There's nothing delusional about that.
But you won't be female. So you can mutilate yourself.
What do you mean? What do you mean by female exactly?
Oh God, I love this. She is the best. Like, okay, every single time this person brings up a term, she's like, okay, but define that. Okay, but what does that mean? Okay, but let's get on the same page, because we can't have a reasonable, like, we cannot have a discussion unless we get on the same page about our terms. Usually I'm not that into debates, but she's so good.
In the sex that can give birth.
Okay, well, I don't think that would allow me to give birth, so there's no delusion there.
Right, but then if you say that you are a female, like a transsexual would say that they're opposite of their gender, then that's where the delusion lies.
Are we talking, like, biologically or socially? Because biologically, I would be a transsexual. Socially, I'm perceived and treated as a woman in my everyday life.
Well, you can't change your sex.
You can partially change your sex. So when we use the term sex, we're referring to usually lots of different characteristics. Like, we might be referring to chromosomes, we might be referring to reproduction, but we might also be referring to things like the external sex characteristics. We might be referring to, like, the hormone levels in someone's body. We might be referring to certain body parts that people have.
I want to explain things to people like this. This is what I want to do.
To, like, the body fat distribution. We might be referring to, like, the presence of facial hair. There are lots of characteristics which we classify as sex characteristics, which we can totally change, and that I have changed in many ways.
But what makes you female?
Yeah, so I would say that I have female hormone levels. I have a female body fat distribution. If you want to think about, like, my skin texture, the way my body smells, that's all much more in line with females than males, because of the biological reality which I've obtained by medically transitioning.
That would be more with femininity, but not necessarily being a female.
That's a female characteristic. Like, you know that males and females, like, their body sweat literally smells differently. Do you know about that?
I'm aware, but that doesn't make
you a transsexual and you medically transition, your body sweat will smell like the opposite sex. That's a biological characteristic which you can change.
Yeah, but you are not of the sex that can give birth. of or denoting the sex that can
Well,
give
sure,
birth.
but plenty of women
You're just an effeminate male.
Plenty of women aren't able to give birth, but they're still women, right?
That's where the word denoting comes on. If everything...
Wait, so why can't I be denoting? Because my hormone levels are denoting that my body is female in many ways.
Because if you were to function at your full capacity, basically, if your body was to function normally, you would be of the denoting the sex that can impregnate, that can fertilize an egg, not give birth. If everything about you is working perfectly, then you would be of or denoting.
What do
the
you
sex
mean
that
by
can
working
fertilize.
perfectly?
The fact that you alter yourself and change yourself just might make you infertile.
But wait, I'm not sure what you mean by working perfectly, because there are plenty of women.
Every time he says denoting, true, you will die before the video ends.
And that even if their bodies were working perfectly, they still wouldn't be able to give birth. Like, that's just how their body came out, how their body was.
If their body can't give birth, but they're still of the sex that can give birth, just because they're infertile, you can fix that.
It's so cyclical. Like, what does of the sex that can give birth mean? Absent the ability to give birth, like, then you have to start relying on all these other things, like the presence of estrogen and all this stuff. Like, this is where it is impossible to reduce it down to one characteristic, because then you have to start falling back on these other characteristics and say, well, a woman who's born female who can't give birth but also has estrogen in her body is still a female. And it's like, okay, but someone who is assigned male and has the same estrogen and also can't give birth, like, they should also be considered female because they're ticking the same boxes. And then they have to be like, no. Ontological difference. Ontological difference. What about people who have to have a hysterectomy because of endometriosis? Does that make them mutilated? It means that the female internal organs no longer work as they are designed. Yeah. By his own logic, infertile men would be not men, just like infertile women. But no, that's not, like, they're saying, he's like saying, because you are, quote, of the sex. This is why it's ontological. If you are, quote, of the sex that can give birth, even if you personally can't give birth, then, like, ontologically you're still female. You know, it's like infertile people are still ontologically the thing that they were born, even if they aren't capable of doing the thing. This is called constantly shifting the goalposts, because in one part of the discussion, they'll say it's giving birth that makes the difference. And then they'll say, oh, no, it's the ability to give birth that makes a difference. And it's like, oh, no, well, even if you have a fucked up womb, or like you were born with a womb that's too small and you can't really give birth, well, you were still born to do that, even if your system got fucked up on the way out. Like, they still always believe ontologically that there's a fundamental spiritual difference. This guy's process: 1, trans people bad. 2, denoting. 3, question marks. 4, owned liberals true.
You can alter that.
No, there are plenty of cases where you will always be infertile. There's nothing that can be quote-unquote fixed, because it's not a problem, it's just how their body is. There are plenty of cases of infertility that there is no solution for. So I don't know why you mean by, like, you know, if they were working perfectly, or like why they would be denoted as female but I couldn't be denoted as female. Like, that doesn't make sense.
If you go into a doctor and you tell them I can't get pregnant,
mm-hmm.
they will tell you that's because you are a male, you can't get pregnant.
Okay.
If a female, biological female comes in...
I love how he's saying this in a tone of voice that's like, she's stupid and she needs it explained, and she's just like, okay. As though he is a 5-year-old explaining something that she's deeply familiar with. Like, she's like, okay, and like, wow. You know what I mean? Like, you can tell she's a mom. She's got big mom energy right now.
And says that I can't get pregnant. They'll run tests and try to figure out what went wrong, right? Even if they can't fix it, you'll know something went wrong.
Like, so what? Wait. Just because there's different reasons why somebody may or may not be able to get pregnant doesn't make anyone more or less of a woman. Say there's like an infertile woman. Why is it that it's okay that she can't get pregnant, but it's not okay that I can't get pregnant? Like, I've accepted that I can't get pregnant. I have no problem with that. That's just how my body is. I'm okay with that.
But you can fertilize an egg.
No, I can't. I'm infertile, my dude.
Well, probably now that you altered yourself, but if you didn't, you would be able to fertilize an egg if everything was
so, like,
working.
I used to be able to, so what? Like, that's not how my body currently is. So just because my body used to be a certain way doesn't mean that my body is that way right now. Like, my body's different than it used to be.
Are you of the sex that can fertilize an egg, or of the sex that can give birth?
My sex characteristics are mixed. I have some sex characteristics that are more in line with females, and I have some sex characteristics that are more in line with males.
You didn't answer my question. Are you of the sex that can give
Yeah, always the ontological thing. Like, they're always just going to be like, are you of the sex? Like, what the fuck does that mean? If, like, okay, if I was born with these organs, but they don't do the thing they're supposed to do, whether that's because they just naturally don't function the way that they're supposed to, or because I have changed my body, like, it doesn't matter. Transphobes are claiming to be about precision and objectivity, but ontology is antithetical to that, and their arguments always fall back to ontology with any pushback. Does he know uterus transplants is a thing now? Shh, don't tell him.
That can give birth or fertilize an egg.
I can't do either.
Yeah, but are you of the sex?
What do you mean by of the sex?
You altered yourself, which is why you're infertile.
Right. I altered myself, and therefore I can't do either. So what sex am I?
You're still male.
Why am I male? I can't fertilize an egg.
Because just because you defected yourself doesn't mean that you are still male. You just ruined your.
Wait, what makes me male?
You disrupted your bodily functions.
Wait, no, that doesn't answer my question. What makes me male?
Because you of or denote the sex, so you indicate or represent the sex. That can
what do you even mean by of or denote?
Just really silly. Oh God, I defected to the women's team. True.
What?
What do you even mean by of or denote? The thing is, like, as soon as I go under any kind of, like, scrutiny of what you believe, you fall back on this vague sense of, like, of or denote just to mean exactly what you want it to mean. Just to mean that, like, trans women are invalid, but, like, infertile women are valid, or, like, certain intersex people may or may not be valid. Like, the thing is, you're using this phrase of or denoting to mean just whatever you want it to mean. You haven't explained what exactly you mean by of or denoting.
I do. Denote is to represent or indicate, and
okay, wait. So if my body represents or indicates female sex characteristics, then I'm female?
No, your body has to represent or indicate the sex that can give birth.
Well, wait.
Just because
actually, my body does represent female sex characteristics in many ways. My body represents the fact that I have breasts. My body represents, the tiny waist, the wide hips. Certain, like, bone structure changes that happen due to estrogen all represent female, just like an infertile female would.
Sex characteristics refer to reproductive, not the phenotypical.
Well, sex characteristics refers to both of those, and more as well. Sex characteristics also refers to genetic factors. There are many different characteristics, which we broadly refer to as sex characteristics. Like,
of course, just going down to, like, I choose to believe that sex only refers to this one characteristic. Whatever the one characteristic is. Your Honor, the defendant cannot bleed. I rest my case. True. Man, come on, Natalie, make another video. It's like, I'm just like, me walks over to the ContraPoints channel, like, poke, hey, make another video. Not really, obviously, she's not a content factory, but, like, her last video was about her addiction, and that's, like, it's not fun to respond to or think about. There's no, like, cool gender ideas in there. There's no iconic commentary from, oh no, what was the name of that character? No, she wrote the book called Sacred Passage. What was the name of the character? I would love y'all collabing. It's never gonna happen. What is the name of that character? It's not Vanessa LeBlanc. Vanessa LeBlanc is a trans woman character. I can't remember the name. Manifest it? No. Listen, she doesn't even need anybody to do voice work for her anymore because she can just put her own voice into AI and get different. Was it Tiffany Tumbles? It might have been Tiffany Tumbles. Oh, God. Why baby's eyes look so big? Why baby eyes so big? I miss Contra Mommy. I know. Those couple of years. But we know now that there was a lot of addiction going behind the scenes during those years, so I'm not gonna say, like, oh, I wish she was doing that again. Dark Mother does not visit us often. No. Dark eyes. Dark Mother.
You can't just keep switching up the goalpost of what you mean by sex.
What makes somebody a female to you?
Yeah, I would say that I would say that female refers to a cluster of characteristics encompassing chromosomes, hormones, reproductive ability, phenotypical characteristics, kind of like all of the above are female sex characteristics. And we might refer to somebody as female if they meet, you know, some of those characteristics.
So what standard do you hold people to be considered a female and can be considered a male?
I would say that you want to look at the sum of their sex characteristics. And if they have some female sex characteristics, then they're in some way female.
But like, what characterics are you looking at? Because there's a lot of
I would look at people's chromosomes, like for example, say XX or XY. You can look at certain genes which appear to be related to sex characteristics. I would test people's hormone levels. I would, you know, phenotypically observe whether they have certain organs, like say breast.
Whether they wear stripy socks. Stripy socks are essential womanhood. Oh, I didn't know that I was a woman. No. In fact, I should probably put more amazing, like, thigh-high stripy socks on my Amazon wish list, and then you can force femme me by purchasing Amazon wish list stuff. It was Abigail Cockbane. Thank you, Arcadian Goose. You got it. It was Dr. Abigail Cockbane. That's a great character. What a great character. Thigh highs for the win. True. A lot of my thigh-high socks have holes in the feet now, so I'm gonna repurpose them into arm warmers or something. Like, I might actually repurpose them into leg warmers, since that would make a little bit more sense. But yeah, I know, what an amazing name. Baltimore, Maryland, Abigail Cockbane, Tiffany Tumbles, Vanessa LeBlanc. Like, she's just really good at naming characters. Anyway, what about the thigh highs with the cat pad patterns on them? They're basically like plain thigh highs, and then they just have the cat foot on the bottom. I'm not saying like force furry me, okay? I don't need you to force furry me. Although if you're interested in force furrying me, buy me some furs off my Amazon wishlist. Also, since there's 53 people in here, and I just want to say, if you didn't catch it earlier, I opened a brand new merch store within the past week, and for Cyber Monday, there's a deal on my merch store. Cyber23 at checkout will get you 23% off. So if you go check, there's a whole bunch of new merch. You should check it out. Do you still have the horns? I do. They're in the other room in my clothes. I do still have them. They're just not very comfortable. You could learn to darn and repair them. Wait, darning and... Oh, repairing the... No, but if they're so thin, it's like on the part of... Okay, you know how you've got your foot, right? You've got your foot, and there's like... These are your toes. Pretend that the toes are shorter, okay? These are the toes. And this is like the ball of your foot. I mean, I guess technically it would be... Like, this is the ball of... Like, okay, these are my toes. This is my big toe. And this is like the ball of my foot. That's where the holes are. You can't darn and fix those. Your merch is super cute. Thank you. If you all have any ideas for any stuff that should be added to the store, please let me know. If you want trans flag or NB flag on stuff that I don't already have on there. If there's any like quotes or phrases that you want me to put on there. Stickers. I do have some stickers on there. Oh. Not very many stickers, but there are some stickers. I just sew my own patches. So patches, yes, patches. Okay. What about a Destroy Capitalism t-shirt? Sure. Should it have a design on it? Or should it just say the words Destroy Capitalism? Because I can technically do that as well. I'm a sticker whore. Okay, well, there are stickers. We have some stickers. Patches. Love a good sticker. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna be continuously taking new ideas. It doesn't take me a lot of time to put up new products in the store, so. With a dragon eating or burning a representation of capitalism. Ooh, maybe I should get like a dragon eating a city or burning a city. Imagine having a t-shirt that says, I got transed by Luxander. That would be pretty funny. Do you guys want that? That would be funny. Put we knit our dicks on the t-shirts. But I don't knit, I crochet. Let capitalism destroy itself would be my t-shirt idea. You need a sticker that says true or boy howdy. I say boy howdy enough. No goop daddy! Captain Cougar, I swear. You're gonna lose chatting privileges. A dragon melting its gold? Okay, that's an idea. Ooh, I'm gonna write that down, actually. Hold on. Dragon melting his gold. Destroy capitalism t-shirt. Something, if I have to commission art, obviously that's going to take a little bit longer, but a dragon hoarding banned books. True. Poop daddy. No poop daddy. No. Did you make the symbols? Yes, I did. The like anarchy symbol thing, I made that from scratch. I'd buy dragon merch, but also good daddy merch. Daddy merch? Thank you, I appreciate that. I feel like it turned out pretty good. I was just trying to make a design for the merch, and then I was like, oh no, that needs to be the new channel update. I love the dragon eating a city. Dragon melting his gold. Dragon burning city. Okay, I'll think about it. I'm not an artist, okay? A dragon saying my pronouns are idiots. Listen, y'all are like, put a dragon on it, and I'm like, dude, that, like, dragons are like one of the more expensive things that you can get people to draw for you. I can't do scarves. There's no scarves on the store option. A snake holding an apple with idiots. I did think about making a shirt that says, like, idiots gang. Like a shirt that says idiots gang. I got transed by Luxander. I don't have enough notes for this. I'm gonna have to come back to this stream later and get more. Bugs as idiots would be great too. You want isopods? Dragon playing video games. Video games! Okay, let's switch to this again. Nominal Naomi. Once again, let's take it back 10 seconds. Dragon and an isopod being friends? True.
Like, say, wide hips. I would observe, phenotypical characteristics like body odor, like whether or not they have thick body hair, and the sum of these characteristics would encompass somebody's sex. That's why I say that I'm a transsexual, because some of my sex characteristics have changed due to my medical transition, but others don't change.
Oh,
and
I'm just noticing
that's
this, like, is it a gecko with a cowboy hat? It's a gecko with a cowboy hat.
Biological reality. Do you think that anything that I said is false?
What? No.
A t-shirt that says, I sat through a Luxander stream and all I got with it was this t-shirt. Do we think that someone would actually buy that?
Okay, wait. Just to be clear, you said that nothing that I said there was false, therefore I can't be delusional because I don't have a false belief.
No, I'm not.
Because remember, the point that you came into the debate was that you think that trans people are delusional, but you just said that I don't have a false belief about my sex characteristics, therefore I can't be delusional under the definition of delusional, which we both agreed to.
No, but like I think the standard of where we're drawing the line is what makes someone a female, what makes someone a male is completely different.
Before we go back to kind of like this where we draw the line, do you concede that I'm not delusional?
I don't concede that. No.
Well, then where's my false belief?
Well, the fact that you think that you can change yourself. Once you're male, you're male.
You think that my body can't change in any way? You don't think that I grew breasts? You don't think that I have breasts?
Breast doesn't make you a female. There's men with
breasts. Hold up.
Wait,
that's an entirely different goalpost. You said that I can't change myself. And now you're saying, well, you can change yourself, but you can't change yourself enough. So, like, which one is it? You keep switching up. Like, if you can't keep a consistent worldview, you're the one who's delusional.
I'm not delusional. Sex, you can't change sex.
Wait, but literally you can change certain sex characteristics. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Characteristics, but
okay, that's all I've claimed, is that I can change certain sex characteristics.
If I cut off my arm, am I still human?
Yeah, I would say so.
Right. So just because you can amputate, you can change, doesn't change anything.
But wait.
Just because you change part of it, you can't change who you are.
So if part of it's missing, you can still be human. So even if I don't have all of the female sex characteristics, I'm still female in many ways.
You might have more characteristics of a female, but you are still
male. If I have more characteristics of a female, then why not classify me more in line with the females? Like, if I go to my doctor,
she has endless patience as she goes through these repetitive arguments. I know. I do appreciate she's willing to just keep explaining it over and over again. Like, I'm sure that it gets old sometimes. She Uno reversed his ass. I know. She just was like, wow, Uno reverse. I want to pet the kitty so bad. I know. I can bring you a kitty after we're done with this segment if you would like.
aware of the biological reality of my medical transition, because having an estrogen dominant hormone system means that for many medical procedures, for many types of medical screenings, I need to be treated more like a female than a male, because, for example, certain cancers like heart or things like heart disease are going to depend on your hormonal makeup, not on whether or not you have a penis.
True.
So like,
But you still get
doctors need to
prostate
be aware of this and need to understand this biological reality of how my biology.
This is something that really does bother me a lot about people not understanding how hormones work, is that like they're like, oh well, if you go to the doctor, you know, they're still gonna think you're male. And it's like, if I go to the doctor, they're gonna need to know that I'm on hormones, because if they don't know that, then they're going to do something medically as though they're treating a man, and I'm going to be harmed by that because I'm not medically male in the ways that matter in this situation. Like, hormones matter a lot when it comes to like dosing medication, like hormones plus weight. Naomi is super good at debates regarding trans people. She knows the science inside out and is consequently able to call out the fallacious arguments when she sees them pretty quickly. Yeah, I adore her. She's great. Doctors have literally asked me if I'm pregnant. True.
My sex characteristics have truly changed.
But you could still get prostate cancer.
It is possible, yes. Although it's actually a lot rarer for trans women to get prostate cancer. Did you know that there's actually some cisgender females that can get prostate cancer?
It's most prevalent in males, so you would have to get tested
right,
more.
But you got it right there. It's most prevalent in males, but some females can also get prostate cancer. You figured it out, right? I'm not trying to say that my body is the most typical body. I'm not the most typical, person when it comes to my sex characteristics. But
actually, what you said false.
It's not really easy to just like classify me entirely on the male side of things, because that's going to get things so wrong when I go to the doctor.
Actually, what you said is false. Hold on, wait. What you said is false.
What did I say is false?
About females can get prostate cancer. I just looked it up. They cannot, under no circumstance, get prostate cancer.
Do you know about? Wait. You're not understanding me. So, do you recognize that some intersex females actually do have prostates, like in the case of complete androgen sensitivity?
Well, I say intersex is different than male and female. I don't think you can force a classification for intersex to be male or female.
I think that's more polite than a lot of transphobes do it. He's like, I don't think you can classify intersex people as male or female. Yeah, he had to Google it on the fly. Which I guess is better than a lot of other transphobes, because a lot of other transphobes, particularly TERFs, will be like, no, you're still, like, just because your body fucked up somewhere on the way to becoming male doesn't mean that you're not male. Like, I don't know. That's like the argument that a lot of them take. So I think it's actually interesting that he takes the position that there is such a thing as third sex. So I wonder if Naomi is going to now say like, well, okay, so if you allow for a third sex categorization with intersex people, then how is a trans person different from an intersex person? Like, why can't you grant them a similar third sex status, or maybe fourth sex status if you want to consider trans people different than intersex people? Naomi is currently talking about intersex cis women, but also cis women who aren't intersex can get Skene's gland cancer. Homologous structures are fun. Transphobes are stupid. Yeah, it's functionally the same as prostate cancer. Doctors never ask your blood type either, yet that impacts health far more than sex assignment. True.
Wait. So if somebody, okay, and you think how would you define intersex, broadly speaking?
Intersex is somebody with both sex characteristics. So I would say maybe you're intersex.
So by your definition, I could be intersex. Yeah.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. Okay. I wouldn't say.
So then here's the thing. If I am intersex by your definitions, then why do you want to call me male?
If you were intersex by your definition,
by your own set of definitions, which you just gave me, I would be intersex.
Sure, you can be intersex, but saying you're female is not what I would align with. But intersex is fine.
Okay, well, I never said that, like, I am biologically female in every way. What I've said throughout this entire conversation is that I have mixed sex characteristics, I've changed some sex characteristics, and if you can agree that I'm intersex, then where's the delusion? Where's the false belief?
If you're intersex now and you can have both sex characteristics, then yeah, I would say you're intersex, but you're not female. So
okay. So wait, where's the false belief?
The delusion?
Yeah. So like he is missing the fact that she's trying to circle back around. Like, I admire nominal Naomi in this because she's able to stay on track. He's like, this conversation is becoming about hormones. It's becoming about all these different things. And she's like, the fundamental question is, you said that I was delusional, or that trans people are delusional, so explain to me where the delusion is. If we can both agree that, like, we could call someone with we could call someone who has mixed sex characteristics intersex, then okay, fine, we can agree that I'm intersex. Where is the problem? with this, and he's just going to double down because I think he equivocates woman with female. So if a trans woman calls herself a trans woman, I think that he is saying that you're calling yourself female and that that's inaccurate. I'm not really sure what it is.
The delusion would lie in saying you're a trans woman, not necessarily that you're intersex.
Okay. So what's
exactly
the false belief embedded in me saying that I'm a trans woman?
Because you're not an adult human female.
Well, hold up. I don't think that woman just strictly means adult human female. Because in our daily life, when we interact with people, when we interact with someone,
he really pulled out adult human female. Like he really did it. What's up, Elliot? Hello.
Them she, when we call them a woman, we don't know all of their sex characteristics. I guarantee you that you have interacted with intersex people in your daily life that you didn't know they were intersex, and you just treated them as a woman because that's how you perceived them. So clearly, we can apply the word woman, maybe not the word female, but the word woman to intersex people who have certain female traits which cause you to perceive them as a woman, right?
If I looked identical to a celebrity and you confuse me with that celebrity.
Oh my god, I hate this. This is such a stupid example. Like if I say that I'm Jesus Christ of Nazareth, how is that different from a trans person saying that they're a female? Like what the fuck, dude?
Public,
hoping to get a large gametes on my trans bingo card. True.
Does that make me that celebrity?
No, but that's different than what a woman is.
Just because you perceive me to be something doesn't change who I actually am.
Well, right, I agree with that, but if we're talking about, like, a societal standard which is applied to people, then that does. The difference is that being a specific celebrity, being a specific person, is not the same thing as being a broader social class. And when it comes to gender, like, being perceived and treated in a certain way, that's what gender is, baby. Did he quit? I don't think he quit. He hasn't fully quit out yet. Oh. Looks like he did quit out. Yeah, so he was in no way able to demonstrate like any kind of false belief I had.
Quit. No.
And as for like, if somebody like perceives you as something that doesn't make you that thing, sure, broadly I agree. But when it comes to being a woman, if we're categorizing woman as a social category, not a strictly biological category, which in all
I have to finish my point.
Practice, in descriptive reality, woman operates as a social category far more than it does a strict biological reality. Because when you call somebody a woman, when you use the term woman, when you talk about, oh, my friend, she's a woman, most of the time, you're using that to refer to her within a social context, within like a social status, not having to do with her biology. Now, maybe sometimes you do use the word woman to refer to her biology.
True. That was like a 15-minute conversation about like, what does sex mean? And then it comes down to like, oh, okay, so you're just going to reduce all gender down to sex. Like, because by saying I'm a trans woman, I'm literally acknowledging I'm biologically male and that I want to occupy the social space known as womanhood. And he was like, no, I'm not going to be able to defend this idea. Part of me suspects that this transphobe is an egg that is not fully aware that they might be non-binary. They think gender equals sex, and when that particular belief falls apart, they can't believe that they are cis. That was the big moment for me when I accepted that I'm trans. Yeah, I don't know. It's like... obviously everybody's on their process, and I don't want to, like, I just don't want to associate the idea that, you know, people who are pre-trans are, like, gonna argue in this way, you know? Like, I think that that's a tricky thing to say. How much do you want to bet that this guy has learned nothing and continues being stupid? I don't know. It's like, Dad, did he rage quit the conversation because he's unable to match Nominal Naomi's intellect? Or... was something triggering about it and so he quit because of that? Like, is this revealing something about him and he's like, I'm gonna quit because I can't deal with this is a stupid cis guy who's just eaten a bunch of dumbass talking points, right? Like, someone asked me the other day in the comments of my channel if I would go respond to this other YouTuber, and I can't even remember the name of the channel, TBH. I might be able to find it in my search history. I've been watching so much Sorted Food, though, so I might not have... there might be too much stuff in my history to find it. Excuse me. I am burping. Excuse me. Oh, yeah. So much Sorted Foods. Sorted Foods, Sorted Foods, Sorted Foods. It was sometime last week. Yeah, it's this channel called... Pine Creek. I swear to God, these fucking gnats in my face, I'm gonna scream. We hope they keep thinking about the conversation, and maybe someday it leads to opening up how they think. Yeah, we can hope. Are you gonna watch the debate about breast milk? I don't know. How long is it? But yeah, someone suggested go follow this, or sorry, go react to this channel, Pine Creek. This person only has 17,000 subscribers, and their video recently got 1.7K views, called "Reversing the Rhetoric: Trans Activists Are Hurting People." I watched this for a little bit. By the way, this is what the dude looks like. Just to be clear, this is who the person was like, "Ooh, you should go respond to this guy." I'm like, no, he's like a conservative atheist talking about like shit that he has no idea about. It's really frustrating when people are like, "Oh yeah, go give legitimacy to this cis guy saying that this is harmful to trans kids." Like, I don't fucking care what this moron has to say. Almost dropped a slur there, but decided not to. Yeah, why the face? Go fly around your food. But, I mean, mostly get the fuck out of my apartment with the flies. But, like, yeah, they are drawn to the humidity, so they hang around my face. And I'm like, I'm gonna lose it. But yeah, we can hope that they're going to get through the conversation and start thinking differently, realizing that their worldview is flimsy. I'm content to let them die ignorant. Yeah, I just... why would I act as though this person's views are legitimate in any way? Like, his views are not based on science. His views are based on bigotry. If you start from a position of, like, trans is bad and you shouldn't do it to kids, and then you start looking through the research, you're gonna come out of it with that bent. And, like, yes, I have the same bias, like the opposite bias, but it so happens that all of the evidence does weigh on my side. I find it weird that gender-critical people define women as adult human female. There's a neat video by Lily Alexandra that goes about how all of 3 of those words are man-made and other things about how people define women. True. Andy's, I'm super late. You got the tank? You might be the first person who's received their merch. I ordered a hat, but they haven't even started making it yet, presumably because of the Thanksgiving holiday, but Andy's has actually gotten the tank top. Y'all, you should post pictures, too, on the socials and tag me. If you get merch, post pictures and tag me. I'll probably retweet you. And I might even get in touch with you and ask if I can use your picture on the website. Maybe. It was super big. I'm not sure if I can do an exchange. You can't do size exchanges. Yeah. That one, that tank top is not a unisex-sized tank top. And so, yeah, you have to double-check the sizing things, because everything is made to order, and they don't do, they can't do exchanges on made-to-order stuff. Transphobes always quit the conversation when you ask them to define female. Sure, true, yeah. True. I love this emoji. This is one of my favorite emojis. Yum. Okay, wait. Nominal Naomi... breast milk? Is this, like, versus that dumb lady? Hold on. Lactate Gate with Nominal Naomi. That's a Surus video. Trans women can lactate, and I'm living proof. The trans lactation debates will continue until morale improves. She has a debate from, like, 13 days ago. Is that the one that you're talking about? It's milking time. That's funny. Is that the one? You're talking about the one from a couple weeks ago? Okay.
Are you the person that's...
Okay. This is gonna be fun. I remember learning that AMABs could lactate when I was in high school. Phobes need to catch up. Yeah, I learned about this a while ago. Like, a while ago. Wow, is this... It's really scrungly. Can we make it less scrungly? Okay, hopefully it'll be less scrungly. Let's do it.
Are you the person that's trying to lactate to breastfeed a child?
I already did, yeah.
You already did?
Uh-huh, yeah. I breastfed my youngest, and now she's on to solid foods, so yeah.
Oh, man, that's sick. Oh, that makes me so...
Why is that sick?
She's so sweet. I love how sweet she is about this whole thing, too. She's like, this person is attacking me and my children and my life, and, like... I admire her so much. She's the best.
Wow.
Because, like, I talked to my doctor about it. My doctor helped me through the process. We ran tests. Everything was shown to be perfectly healthy and normal. So, like, what's the problem?
Oh, my goodness. I actually never felt this way before. That's actually blowing my mind.
What's blowing
Okay,
your mind?
I'm done. Okay. That's child abuse. That's actually crazy. You should be arrested for that.
How is that child abuse?
You're
That my
making
doctor...
a
Wait.
child.
You think that it's child abuse that my doctor helped me give food to my baby? How is that child abuse?
Child abuse that you're making your child.
What have we been talking about lately? Oh, we did all kinds of stuff today. We've been doing all kinds of segments. Thank you everybody who's still here hanging out with me watching Nominal Naomi, because I appreciate her a lot. And if you're not subscribed to her, you should be. I'm not subscribed to her, I don't think, and now I am. Look at that. Wow. Wow, I did it. She's got the patience of a saint, though. Yeah, no, she's so patient. I want to be scrungly sounds fuzzy. Yeah, when I'm talking about a video looking scrungly, I do mean it's fuzzy. I would like to buy more pixels, please.
I'd suck on a man's tit that's producing milk that shouldn't even be doing that naturally.
I worked with my doctor. We analyzed the milk. Everything was shown to be perfectly healthy and normal. My kids' developmental tests all came back perfectly healthy and normal. So like, where's the actual harm? Like you're just
feeding babies is abuse.
You're just trying to claim some kind of like disgust response. I'm like, I get it. Like you find trans people to be gross or whatever.
That made me
but
feel
like,
super
where's
sick.
the harm? You haven't demonstrated any kind of harm.
But harm
Oh god, I love her so much. Like, okay, you can argue from disgust, but you haven't demonstrated any harm. I'm like, oh my god, I love her. I love her. Can she be my mommy? Naomi. And I don't even mean this in a dummy mommy way. Not at all. Like, no, but literally, will you please be my mom? Like, please. Yeah, how's the baby gonna know any difference? Like, whatever.
That's gonna traumatize your kid for the rest of his life when he realizes that he can.
My kid's not a
when he
boy. I
realizes that he
already
sucked
told
a
you that
man's tit and-
Wait,
Oh
how is
my
that traumatizing? Kids suck on their mom's breast is a pretty normal and natural thing.
True.
Yeah, their moms, not
Yeah.
their dads.
I'm also the mom to this kid.
Did you donate your sperm?
No.
Oh my goodness, this is crazy.
Yeah, so stepmothers also breastfeed children sometimes. If you've heard of the Newman-Goldfarb protocol, it was designed to allow stepmothers and adopted mothers to breastfeed their children. This is the same protocol that I employ to be able to breastfeed my child.
Why would you even do that to your child?
I love that. Like, she's like, there's, she's 5 years younger than me. No. No. I refuse to believe this. I refuse to believe. No. Now I have to be, nah, I'm getting old, you guys. I'm getting old. Is she really only 24? She's awesome. Imagine what happens when her kids argue with her. I don't want to finish my vegetables. They're icky. You are just arguing from a disgust response. You haven't explained the harm of finishing your vegetables. She would not be like that. I'm sure she would not be like that, but it is still very funny. It says in her YouTube bio. I know. I'm not actually expressing disbelief. She could be my stepmom. That's true. I'm almost 10 years older than her. She is amazing. She is. She's so great. I just love the mom energy. It's just solid.
If I grew up...
Yeah, so breast milk is shown to have profound benefits for the health and development of young children, and the child's biological...
This reaction reminds me of when Vosh was talking to a, quote, normie conservative a couple years ago, before the whole anti-trans rhetoric got mainstreamed. He had the exact same disgust and anger response when he learned about puberty blockers. Yeah, they just have this initial anger and like, disgust reaction, like this idea that it's harming children, and they're committed to that because they're like unable to work through emotionally that initial resistance reaction.
Mother, she was unable to provide breast milk because she was, working long nights at the hospital ICU. Just timing wise, it didn't really work out for her to be able to pump and breastfeed, but with my flexible schedule, I was able to do so. So I worked with my doctor to be able to achieve this, and it was shown to be healthy and nourishing, and my child is developing great, and now she's on to solid foods.
If one day my dad told me, he's like, yeah, son. If he was like, yeah, son, I made you suck on my nipples when I was growing up, I would literally get him arrested.
Why?
Because that's child abuse. That's crazy.
How is that child abuse?
Because a child should not be sucking on his dad's nipples. That's not
Why not?
normal. Because it's not normal.
Wait, how is it not normal? Like, literally, it's perfectly natural for the human body to produce breast milk, and when stimulated with the hormones that I've been taking, that's just a natural process that the body can do.
Also giving them,
so there's wait. So you went from saying it's child
babies will
abuse.
try to bite anybody's chest when you hold them. Yeah, I have been I'm like a 13-year-old person, and like this baby's like, ah, and it's like, no, you can't. I have no boob for you. No boob for you.
To it's just not normal. Anything that's not normal is child abuse now? That's crazy.
No,
you
I
don't
didn't
have
say
any
that.
kind
You're
of
saying
principle to stand on.
I just think that you should honestly be arrested for doing that.
So what's the crime?
Sexual immorality. I don't know. Sexual conduct. I don't know what it's called.
What's the crime?
What is sexual about breastfeeding a child? What the are you? Why do you think it's sexual to breastfeed a child?
It's sexual for a man to let your child suck a man's nipple.
First off, like, I don't have the body of a man. Like, my body is able to produce breast milk the same way that a cis woman's body can. And also, like, even if a baby, like, sucked on a man's nipple, which, by the way, was actually very common and normal within many tribal societies throughout human history. Like, skin-to-skin contact is shown to be very beneficial for a baby's developments. So, like...
This guy is just unwilling to let her get a word out, either. I think Naomi will be the only parent ever who can exhaust the kid who asks why over and over again. She's just gonna very patiently and repeatedly explain herself.
Here's the harm. What's the crime?
You know what's the crime? Everybody in this chat that's agreeing with the host. You guys need to be locked up too. They need to come investigate
You
your
still
life.
haven't demonstrated any kind of crime or any kind of harm, even.
How is this not a crime? Like, where does... If I call
Yeah,
the
so
cops on you right
I'll,
now,
I'll tell you. I'll tell you right now. Feeding a baby is not a crime.
True.
That's it.
Feeding a baby while making him suck on your nipple?
So that's called breastfeeding. Yeah, it's not a crime to breastfeed your child.
Okay, bro, so if I put milk on my chest and make my child suck, is that not weird? Is that not a little insane?
I mean, if you just, like, poured cow's milk on your chest and had your baby, like, lick it up, that might be a little bit weird. I don't think that's a crime,
Yeah,
though.
and it's a little bit weird that you can even produce milk. That's not natural. It's not...
I don't get what this guy's problem is. Even if we accepted the transphobic position that trans women's breasts are identical to man's breasts, what's the issue? If my dad breastfed me, I'd be like, oh wow, thanks for doing this labor of love. It's like just a disgust response. That's the entire thing. He's imagining like a hairy man breastfeeding a baby, and like, so of course he's gonna have a disgust response. Sir, do you have no nipples? Were you born without nipples?
It's very weird.
What do you mean? It's perfectly natural. Literally, the hormones that I take engage with the natural processes of my body to be able to produce breast milk.
Man, this is actually sick.
You still haven't demonstrated any kind of harm. Like, literally, everything that you're saying is just because you're grossed out by trans people. It's literally that simple. Oh wait, what was the harm?
I said,
what was
if
the
this
harm?
happened to me, I would call the cops and get my dad locked up.
There's literally false breast things that people can wear and put milk through to breastfeed a baby, and that includes the dads. Yeah, it's called a supplemental feeding system, and they're implemented for people who can't produce enough milk, you know, people who have had a mastectomy either for trans reasons or for like cancer-related reasons in order to still have the bonding and skin-to-skin contact. Like, it's normal, and like babies will just like suck on whatever is near them. If you're holding a baby, it will start sucking on your shoulder. Like, it's not like it's disgusting and sexually immoral for like a baby to suck on your shoulder. It's a baby. It's just trying to stimulate its mouth. Like, I wouldn't care if a dad wanted to do that for their kid. Right. I don't even know that there aren't cisgender men who use supplemental feeding systems to help feed their kid. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that that is the case. You know, maybe it's the same situation where it's like mom's at work a lot and she's got time to pump, but she doesn't have time to breastfeed, and therefore dad stays at home and does it. Like, yeah, who fucking cares?
That's child abuse. I don't want to
So
suck
wait.
my dad's nipple. That's mad weird.
Hold up. The harm is your feeling? You just feel bad about it if like your mom breastfed you?
Did you donate the sperm or did your boyfriend?
What?
Did you donate the sperm to have this child or did your boyfriend?
Neither.
Wait, so you got someone pregnant?
No.
So whose child is it?
So my wife had children from her previous marriage, and I'm their stepmom.
And you're letting them suck your nipple? Are you
Plenty
insane?
of stepmoms breastfeed their children. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's absolutely
Wait,
disgusting.
do you think it's wrong for a stepmom to breastfeed their child?
Why is she not breastfeeding them?
So I already told you.
Yeah, she literally already told you, like, my wife was busy at work and couldn't do it. Naomi will sit there very patiently and explain things and then hit them with the, whoa, you seem all up in your feelings. I love her. I don't know that I would have the control. That's the thing. Is, like, I don't know if I were in her position and I was doing these kinds of debates, I don't know that I wouldn't be able to not be like, really, like, I don't know that I would get this emotionally distanced from it. Like, I would have dropped the call a while ago. My blood boils whenever I watch her debates, and she's cool as a cucumber. Right, like, I can't, like, imagine just, like, like, sitting there and have someone tell you that you're a child abuser and you're disgusting, and it's like, I guess it just kind of doesn't mean anything at a certain point. So it's like, if someone told me that I was disgusting and I was a groomer because my 17-year-old sibling is also trans, I would be like, okay, can you demonstrate the harm? Like, I can definitely see how she's just like, okay, can you demonstrate the harm of that? Because you haven't yet demonstrated the harm. Like, oh God, I love her.
I already told you, if you would actually listen to me this time, the reason why the kid's biological mom is unable to breastfeed is because she works 12-hour shifts at the hospital ICU, which means that she doesn't have the time to be able to pump and store breast milk, and it just doesn't work. She also has some problems with her body being able to produce milk, but my body was able to do so. I had a flexible schedule as a graduate research assistant, and yeah, it worked out great. Do you have a problem with stepmoms breastfeeding their kids?
Yeah, I actually do. I'm actually shaking right now.
Okay, what's the problem with a stepmom breastfeeding their kid?
What's the problem? Why can't her biological mother do it? Why don't you go pick up
I already told you why the kid's biological mom couldn't do that.
Literally shaking right now.
You're just not listening to me. Let's just suppose you have a biological mom who can't breastfeed her kid, but there's a stepmom in the equation, and she can. Would you rather the kid gets no breast milk and none of the benefits from breast milk? Or would you rather let the stepmom breastfeed the kid?
Yeah, nah, just give him the bottle.
The bottle of what?
Of baby formula, whatever you got to do.
So you can give the child formula, although formula does not have as many benefits as breast milk does. So you would rather the kid forgoes all the benefits of breast milk, benefits to the immune system, benefits to digestion, benefits that go even into adulthood in terms of the studies we observe.
Let me tell you.
You would rather forego all those benefits just because you're grossed out by stepmother?
I was not breastfed because my mom was 15 years old when I was born, and she tried once and was like, nope, I don't like this. And so I was bottle fed, but I don't know if I was bottle fed on breast milk. It's like, was my mom pumping? Probably not. I was a formula baby. Too bad. That's the reason why I have so many health issues. That's what it comes back to. That's what it all comes down to. If only my mom had a trans stepmom situation, if only my dad had some slammin' hot trans lady wife who could stimulate lactation and breastfeed me. I got the secret formula. Uh-oh. My ex-boyfriend from last year had said basically the same rhetoric that most Republicans say about trans and gender nonconforming people, and yet he was the one growing out his hair. Yeah, this guy clearly has some internalized issues that need therapy. I mean, this guy is gonna be the kind of dude who, if he was hitting on a girl and found out that she was trans, he would probably hate crime her. Like, he genuinely does seem like the kind of guy who's gonna just go with his gut disgust reaction in that way, and it is a little bit scary.
Motherhood?
I'm gonna tell you right now, if my kid was ever forced to put his mouth on another man's chest, it would be a big problem.
Wait, what do you mean forced? Nobody's forced to do this. Like, my baby feeds of her own volition. Like, if my baby didn't want to drink my breast milk, she wouldn't have to. She could just stop sucking.
Wait, so you have your son's consent? The 2-year-old, the 1-year-old, whatever it is?
Another man's chest,
yeah. For the third time, I told you she's my daughter. And also, here's the thing. The baby chooses to drink the milk. The baby doesn't have to drink the milk. They could stop drinking it any moment. There's no forcing.
You're forcing it by putting it on your nipple.
That's not forcing. The baby doesn't have to eat anything.
Or you could just feed it from a bottle.
Yeah. The baby has also been fed from a bottle.
Yeah, and it should be that way only. Like, another man nipple shouldn't be
Why only the bottle? Wait, why is it wrong
this
for a
man is literally misgendering a baby, true.
Feed. I'm really curious why you think it's wrong for a stepmom to breastfeed. Like, also, this has been a historical practice for most of human history. Do you know what?
Yeah, the idea of a wet nurse. She's about to drop the idea of a wet nurse. Please.
Have you heard of a wet nurse? Do you know what a wet nurse is?
Yeah, I know what a wet nurse is, but I don't know
what's a wet nurse?
Like a babysitter.
To be fair, we don't actually know the gender of the baby yet. True, yeah.
For a child.
Kind of, and wet nurse is also.
You tell me.
Wet nurses also breastfeed the kids that they watch after.
That's weird. That's weird.
This has been a historical practice throughout most of human history. What's wrong with it?
I don't think all wet nurses have to breastfeed.
That's what a wet nurse is. Otherwise, she's a babysitter. Yo, this is fucking hilarious. Yeah, I know what it is. Bluff called. He's like, will you tell me?
That's what wet nurse means. Wet nurse means somebody that like watches over a young baby and breastfeeds the baby.
All right. Even if you're right on that, I don't care.
You just don't even know what wet nurse means.
Even if you're right, I'll give you. I don't care. Why
okay, so wait.
You're not.
So wait. If you wait. Okay, so you gave that to me. So wait. You just conceded that wet nurses are okay.
No,
Therefore,
I don't think it's okay.
That's what you just said. You said I'll give that to you.
No, I didn't say it's okay. I said I agree that it's historically a thing.
Okay, so what's the problem with wet nurses?
Okay. The problem is that you're not the child's stepmother. You are a man.
So I am the child's stepmother. Legally, I'm the child's stepmother. This is what it says on the official government documentation. I don't know why you don't care about the reality of the legal system, but I am legally recorded as these children's step-parent.
Oh, he dodged the thing. She was like, okay, so what's the problem with wet nurses? And then he's like, oh no, we're getting off on a different conversation because regardless of my discomfort about a stranger breastfeeding a kid, what I'm gonna circle back around to is that you're a man and therefore it's inappropriate for you to be doing this. Like, yeah, humanity would not have survived without wet nursing. Right. Like, I think that it's probably fairly common for people to have difficulty producing enough breast milk, getting their baby to latch, whatever. And like, yeah, like if someone in your tribe is breastfeeding currently and you are not able to provide, you think the tribe is just going to let your baby starve? Like, no, like in the absence of technological advancement, like you'd literally just give your baby to another person to breastfeed it. That's how it works. Super simple. How does this conversation continue for another 7 minutes?
Yeah, then there's something wrong with this legal system, just like there's things wrong with the legal
system.
system.
Okay, hold up. You still haven't demonstrated any reason why wet nursing is wrong. Can you tell me why wet nursing is wrong?
Okay, maybe let's just say wet nursing is okay in the sense that it's another woman. You are a man making.
Okay, hold up.
Okay, yeah. So he was just immediately like, yeah, I don't care about wet nursing if it's a woman. I actually haven't heard of wet nurses, but I have known of midwives. Oh, interesting. Yeah. So, yeah, wet nurses. A midwife is a person who is not like a medical doctor, but who is informed about and participates in and aids in birth processes. So midwives assist with labor and like birth giving. And there are still midwives in the current day. They sometimes work with hospitals. Sometimes they can come to your home so that you can do a home birth if you don't want to do your labor in the hospital. Yeah. But then a wet nurse, traditionally it was either a servant or often in America, a slave who like, she would have had a baby and then she just keeps being used to breastfeed other people's babies. And like part of her job is to maintain her milk supply and like be healthy. So in your mind, when you think of like the medieval peasant servant who's like a big fat woman, like that is a woman who is probably her main job is to wet nurse, most likely. Noah, thank you so much for your tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. At this point in the stream, I doubt that we're going to get to the stream goal, and so I will not be able to flex for you today. But that's totally okay. We are understanding. Homophobia is the issue here, despite Naomi being a woman, Raffle, and her having a daughter. Right, he keeps like being... Oh, thanks. He keeps coming around to this, like, your son is sucking on your nipple, and it's like, no, I literally just said it's my daughter. I will show Tum if we get to the stream goal, but we can't get to the stream goal. It's like $45 more or something, like 30 something more dollars. And in ancient times, it was any mother in the tribe helping out with the survival of the tribe. Yeah, well, yeah, so yes. I guess you could generally call it wet nursing, but a wet nurse is a servant whose job it is to maintain her milk supply. Like a wet nurse is a servant or a slave whose job is that. In addition to all of her other duties, I'm sure. But yeah, like slave mothers would be made to do wet nursing. Hell, average price for breast milk right now is $3 to $5. It has been up at $8 per ounce in the past. Also, where you are changes the price. Yeah, like purchasing breast milk is also, it's quite expensive, and you have to buy it fresh because it doesn't keep for very long. So, anyway, yeah, but you're right. It is homophobia. This guy keeps being like, if my dad told me, if I, a man, had my dad tell me that he breastfed me, I would be upset to learn that because I would sexualize that. Frozen keeps for 6 months. True. Frozen breast milk can keep for 6 months. So homophobia is at the root of this. I mean, honestly, homophobia is at the root of, like, a lot of anti-trans woman transphobia. If you think about the whole, like, concept of trans panic defense, it is rooted in homophobia. Like, it's transphobic because you're treating a trans woman like she's a man, and it's homophobic because it follows that, oh, I just had sex with a man, therefore I'm gay, therefore I'm going to commit a hate crime. You know what I mean? Like, it does, a lot of the hatred against trans women does fundamentally come down to, like, honestly, probably a lot of internalized homophobia, probably more internalized homophobia than you would think. Anyway.
If wet nurses are okay, you concede that then?
No, I don't. Okay,
you just said wet nurses are okay.
Okay, fine, they're okay. I'm not conceding though.
So if wet nurses are okay, then stepmothers breastfeeding their children are also okay because stepmothers breastfeeding their children are basically wet nurses, right?
Okay, but you are a man.
Okay, awesome. So hold up. What is the harm if that wet nurse is transgender instead of cisgender? What's the harm?
You know, I still can't see it being okay. I think that no child should be sucking on another person's nipples if it's not their mother.
You just conceded that wet nurses are okay.
He's changing his mind.
I thought that through. I don't like that.
You have no principles.
Put it in a bottle.
You're so flip-floppy. I don't even know how we can have a conversation if you're this flip-floppy. Wait, like put the breast milk in a bottle and then it's okay?
Yeah, don't make them suck your nipple. That's crazy.
Okay.
I'm not even talking about you. I'm talking about other wet nurses.
Here's the funny thing. I literally fed my child via a bottle. Like, my child had stopped latching on her biological mother, and she never latched on me. Literally, she only fed from a bottle with my breast milk.
I would be backtracking too, because that's definitely illegal somewhere.
Well, the thing is, you assumed that my child was, like, latching on my nipple, but you never actually asked me if that was the case. My child...
That's interesting. I didn't actually know that. But yeah, surprise twist, like the child wasn't latching on my nipple anyway. But the thing is that she can't immediately retreat to that, because then on some level that is conceding that it would be wrong for a baby to latch onto a trans woman's nipple in order to breastfeed. Like, she's not going to defend herself by saying, well, no, I did never do that, you know, because then, yeah, that creates this expectation that, like, okay, well, it would be okay for you to criticize a trans woman having a latch breastfeeding, but, you know, I'm one of the good ones. I only bottle fed, so you can't really criticize me, you know, like, but yes, shocking twist.
Child was breastfed solely from a bottle.
From your milk?
Yes.
Why didn't her biological mother just leave the milk for the day or something like that?
Jimmy Fallon and Jimmy Kimmel, I would never.
So she did when the child was first born, but then when she went to work back at the hospital, she couldn't do that anymore. And so she had to stop.
It's like for the third time, my wife was busy working 12 hours a day.
So she also had problems, like being able to breastfeed in general, where her body wasn't producing sufficient milk in general. That was just an issue with her body.
Because of her job.
I said both of those reasons. You asked me multiple times, and I gave you both of those reasons. I know you have a really hard time listening, but I did already explain this to you multiple times. That both she has problems producing milk, and her job makes it basically impossible for her to pump.
Yeah,
so
the first thing
you also just conceded that it's okay for wet nurses to breastfeed via a bottle, right?
I still think it's weird, but I think that's more acceptable than letting another.
So I literally breastfed my kid via a bottle. What's the problem?
What's the problem?
You're not its mother. You're a man.
So wait. But you said that wet nurses were okay. Wet nurses are also not the biological mother of the child.
It's like not natural, bro. You're not naturally producing this breast milk enough to.
I am naturally producing the breast milk. Like once I take the hormones, my body naturally produces breast milk.
Did you take medication?
Hormones trigger natural responses in the body. That's how they work.
Did you take medication?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not natural. Stop saying
So the medication uses the natural processes which the body already knows how to do.
Okay, so it's not natural. If you were
This
a
is where
woman,
I would start screaming. Yeah, girl, like this is gonna be. There's still 4 minutes left.
it would be natural, but you're not a woman. It's not natural.
So wait. Is your entire argument that like what is natural is good and what is unnatural is bad?
No, my entire argument is that it was never okay for a
Wait.
child to suck
But
on
you
a
said
man's
it's not
dick.
okay because of its being natural versus unnatural. Are you making a moral judgment based off of something is natural or unnatural?
No, I'm making a moral judgment on what is moral, what is right.
I'm making a moral judgment on what is moral, but what is the moral based on?
So if you're making a moral judgment based on what is moral, that's entirely circular logic, which is a logical fallacy.
what is right?
If you're appealing to nature, that's also a logical fallacy. It is invalid logic to suggest that something is right or correct simply because it's natural. For example, cancer is natural. Just because something natural doesn't mean it's good.
Okay, so answer this. So you and your wife were talking, and the reason that you wanted to breastfeed is because like, oh honey, I know you're gonna be working these long hours, you're not gonna be here. Let me go to the doctor and make it so I can breastfeed instead of getting some baby formula. I'm gonna do it, honey. Don't worry. Like, what's the point?
Yeah, many stepmoms do that because breast milk has profound benefits over formula.
From a woman.
Like you can literally do that.
All right, but it's still.
You know that I literally had doctors analyze my breast milk, and they found that the composition, the nutrients were
This is so new.
in line with reference breast milk from a cis woman. Like my milk was proven.
I'm making a moral judgment based on biology, but I don't know anything about morality or biology. True. She's like, I had my breast milk literally scientifically analyzed, and it's identical to cis women's breast milk. And he's like, nope, it's bad because you're a man.
By a lab to be identical to cis women's breast milk and to be healthy to feed to my child. Like, I have laboratory data.
Man.
I have lab tests I can show you of my breast milk and its nutrients. Like, what's the problem?
I don't care. I don't even care. It's just so.
Yeah, here's the
that's the honest answer. I don't care about the facts. That's the honest answer right there.
thing. You don't care about the facts. Thank you for finally admitting it. Thank you for finally admitting it.
No, I do.
You don't care about the
She's my
facts.
favorite.
The only thing that matters to you, hushy poo, 1 second. You just admitted that you don't care about the facts. The only thing that matters to you is that it makes you feel gross. You're just being a big emotional crybaby. I mean, I came here with facts and logic, and you came here with your big
I love that
emotions.
he stopped talking when she
And
shushed him.
I just
yeah.
gotta say, I think that facts matter more than feelings.
All right, yo, Naomi.
Yeah.
You realize that the people that believe that this is okay is like literally probably less than 5%.
Where are you getting that data from?
I just said it's probably, so obviously I'm not getting it from data.
So first off, that data is completely wrong. Like, you can look at polling on trans issues, and it's a lot closer to 50-50, depending on what kind of issue you're polling. The other thing is, even if it was something that was unpopular, whether or not something is popular or unpopular doesn't make it true or untrue. Like, even if 95% of people believe that the Earth was flat, that doesn't make the Earth flat. Going based off a popular opinion is also
shocker. He's a flat earther too.
Completely illogical.
Yeah, but this
once
affects
again, you're
society.
just so focused on your own feelings. And I'm sorry that your feelings are hurt
you know
because
what?
trans
I'm more
people
worried-
exist, but once again, I care about the facts. I care about the data. I care about the science.
God bless her. She's
Yeah,
the best.
I'm not focused on my own feelings. I'm focused on the abused child that's in your household right
You
now.
literally said that it feels gross to you, and that was your only argument.
I didn't say it feels gross to me.
That's
my
literally
only
what you
argument.
said.
All right, so anyway, so I really think that someone should call CPS, get that child out of the house, get this person.
You know, the funny thing is, somebody actually, there was actually a conservative lunatic that did try to call CPS on me,
They
and the
should.
police informed her that breastfeeding a child is not a crime.
That cop should be fired too.
You don't know anything about child nutrition, about breastfeeding. Do you have kids of your own?
Yeah, I have 13 kids actually.
Okay, so you're also lying. Got it.
Well, how am I lying?
What are your 13 kids' names?
Oh man, Alex, Brandon, Kyle, Maurice. I'm not
All
gonna tell you all
boys.
my kids' names. Actually, that sounds
Yeah,
crazy.
you're a liar, and you just got blown the frick out. And now that you've been proven to be a liar, and
Could have just said,
somebody
I
who's
have a
just
kid. He doesn't need to say 13 kids.
very emotional, you're really letting emotion get in the way of having a logical conversation here, and that's
I
kind of
was just
sad.
kidding.
All right,
So,
anyway, let's move on.
you
Let's
know,
move on.
now that you've just admitted to openly lying, I think that this conversation is done. I hope you have a good night. I hope
Leave
I
your
hope
kids
you
alone.
pray about
Stop
this.
abusing
I
them.
hope
Just stop
you
abusing them.
find
Everybody in the
God.
chat,
I
get
hope
this
that you
person to
find
stop abusing the
logic
kids
and
one way or another.
reason.
No violence, though.
I hope that you find the right path, because the path that you're on right now is very sad. Getting triggered by trans people feeding children is just not the W that you think it is. Why did they ever stop doing this? This is great.
Oh, that's so funny. How do I get annoying people in my chat? That's what I need. That's what I need is annoying people in the chat. Bless your heart. I'll pray for you, darling. I know. God, she's so good. There's 60 people in here right now. Who's she talking to? Oh, I have no idea. The trans lactation debates will continue until morale improves. That's such a great title of a video, too. That's good. Hi, Dad, you called? No, I didn't. I did not, in fact. Say something controversial on Twitter till it gets shared by a reactionary. Honestly, Twitter is... Like, I don't get engagement on Twitter anymore. I've stopped trying. Like, I don't know if there's an actual shadow ban thing happening or, like, what the deal is, but I am not trying to be successful on that platform, and that, you know, like, all of my shit gets, like, suppressed as far as I can tell. Like, it does, and it has never seemed to matter, like, controversial shit that I say, just people don't care, and also it doesn't get picked up by the algo. Like, all of our social interactions are determined by algorithms now, so I don't think I'm shadow banned. Like, I don't think that there's any actual thing. Excuse me. I can always check. Like, I never turn up on one of these shadow ban things. Yeah, it always says that there's no shadow ban, but, like, I know that like, anytime I post anything on Twitter, it doesn't get, like, as many views. You don't like Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon? I just wouldn't want to go on those shows. I don't... It's like, I know more about Kimmel than I do about Fallon. It's like, I would much rather be interviewed by someone more interesting. Drink water. Part of your problem may be that your mods are way too good at their jobs. I mean, there's not even consistently a mod in here while I'm streaming. I need more mods almost, because sometimes, like, the other day there was a troll in here and I didn't have any mods. Yeah, I should message President Sunday and be like, hey, are we doing some panel shows? President Sunday. I have mod, but that's because I know how to do chat commands. Yeah, you know the chat commands. Where is President Sunday? On Twitter. I went to message him and be like, hey, you said you were going to do some panel shows a while ago. Is that still happening? Yeah, just texting President Sunday during the stream. I am here for 90% of streams if you need someone in here, but then you won't have your fancy color anymore. I actually don't know. I think the mod color supersedes the color. It doesn't seem like there are so many people. Yeah, there's not, like, that many people in here who need to be modded. No, you can't have any goop. Okay, I've texted President Sunday now. No, there's no goop. Not allowed! No goop. No goop. I don't think it's important. If there starts to be problems, you can let me know. The offer can stay open. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Someone in the YouTube chat likes to talk about, there's a certain kind of fish. They have a lot of goop on them. Like, no goop fish. Yeah, sorry, this is just a meme from the YouTube chat. What's up, Miss Seaside Hill Granny? You've missed most of the stream, TBH. We've been going for 4.5 hours. Blobfish, I think it's the blobfish. Hagfish? It's the hagfish. It's not the blob. If Jimmy Fallon or Jimmy Kimmel talked about you on a live show, would you get mad or feel honored? I don't think that they would know who I am. Why? Like, I don't know how to, like, okay, I don't have this, like, I'm starstruck thing, and I also don't have this, like, I like being a star thing. So if someone really famous acknowledges me and, like, is like, wow, Luxander, I would be like, wow, cool. Like, a whole person, like, I don't know. Is it someone who I like and respect? Is it someone in a field that I want to be in? Like, otherwise, I'm just not really that emotionally affected by it. Hagfish are weird. They are eel-like fish that can goop up water by shooting a bunch of tangled proteins in it. I don't remember why. Like, they're just covered in stuff. I've been sent pictures of the hagfish, and I don't know what the thing is. We're at 90 likes. Can we get to 100 before I get the hell out of here? I have nothing else planned, by the way. Those like, 60 of you are in here. I don't have any more segments planned for today. I talked about several different news things. We did some reaction content. Like, I don't have anything else planned for today. But if you'd like to help me get to 100 likes, we can sit here and chill until then. And then afterwards, I need to eat. Because I have not eaten since last night. Sometimes I want to be famous, but my autistic sensory brain could not handle all the bright lights and shit. I mean, yeah, it would be weird being a level of famous where you would have that. What do you mean 1,000? 1,000 what? I forgot what I said. I don't think the network talks like to recognize internet personalities. I do, yeah. How often does someone who's straight up an internet personality, how about 1,000? Oh yeah, the dream if we get to 1,000 likes. That would be wonderful. But yeah, like, I don't know. I think that there is a tendency from old media to treat new media like it's less serious. They can't acknowledge that there is real competition. Like, why would I watch the Jimmy Fallon show if I already watched Philip DeFranco earlier today? You know, like, what point is there in watching? End chat now, go get you some food, or at least pause stream and go get food. It's fine. I'm doing intermittent fasting. It's not a big deal. Like, I will eat lots of food later. I'm gonna make nachos for dinner tonight, is what I've decided. Unless the household rebels against me, that's my plan. I have, like, a bunch of ground beef left, and I have some hard taco shells that I'm gonna crunch up and use as the chips layer. And then there's, like, cheese and maybe some veg and some salsa. What do you call cheese that's not yours? It's nacho cheese! There, you've gotten me to do something. You said earlier you stopped listening to Owl City's music. I mean, it's not that I really stopped listening to Owl City in particular. I don't listen to music very much anymore. It's like, okay, I used to be really into listening to Owl City, okay? Like, all the time, right? And now, very rarely, I'm like, oh, you know what would be really great is if I listened to Strawberry Avalanche. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Starts making nachos. Cats sliding up with baseball bats. Nacho best move, Lux. Cats with baseball bats. What an enormous rhyme. The viewership on old media is dying out, and the old guard isn't going to support those who are more liked on the newer media formats. Did you watch the video about is it okay to say queer yet? No. Jessica Kelgren Fozard has, like, almost 1 million like almost 1 million subscribers, and so her content is more likely. It's more likely that there is someone on her team whose job it is to like copyright content on the channel. So there's a concern there. Number one. Number two, I don't know what the video is about, and like I'm sure that I'm gonna agree with her for the most part. What do you listen to now? I don't listen. Oh my god. Guys, most of the time I don't listen to music because I have shit to do and music will derail my day. The most recently, the songs that I have listened to on purpose have been Let It Go from Frozen and what other songs have I listened to on purpose recently? I wake up and there's songs stuck in my head almost every day is another reason why I don't really listen to a lot of music, is because there's always noise in my brain. We're so close to 100 likes. Oh my god. I don't know if we're gonna make it. I don't know if we're gonna get there. But yeah, like when people are like, what music do you listen to? I'm like, I don't want to listen to music most of the time. I just don't like it. And now I've got Let It Go stuck in my head. Did I actually listen to it? Or did I just Google it to find out the name? I had a Brad Paisley song stuck in my head a while ago. Yeah, Let It Go, exactly. Let it go. Don't get zucked. Don't get copyright. Hashtag trans is trending on Twitter right now, apparently. Trans allies declaring themselves allies today. You would not believe your eyes. You would not believe your eyes. You would not believe your eyes. I love that version of that song. Disney contacting their lawyers as we speak. I know. Top result when I check the trans hashtag is about the latest episode of Doctor Who. Yeah, there is a trans character in the show. I see. If you have a song stuck in your head, I'll just say Let It Go. She hates me. Cursed. Let It Go is also a song by Matchbox 20 that plays during the movie Meet the Robinsons. Is it really? We're on an Owl City fucking trip today, you guys. Do we need to actually start doing karaoke night in the Discord? We've talked about it before. Do we need to actually do karaoke night so that you can get all of the Owl City out of your system? That's usually what I end up singing whenever I hear Fireflies. Lamau. Okay, here's what I do need. I don't need more mods in my stream chat. I need more mods in my Discord server. Because, like, one of my mods lives in Sweden. They cannot help me organize karaoke nights. Another one of my mods is Timerinia, and I don't actually know what Timerinia's schedule is, but I need more people in the Discord who are willing to, like, help me coordinate time and coordinate, like, events. Because I can't be there for every karaoke night, you know? Even if it's only once a month, like, I cannot reasonably expect myself to be there for every karaoke night. We have to have things that are set up, and, like, mods can control it a little bit, and, like, you guys can join up if we're gonna have events in the server. Rose Noble. Rose Noble? Is she supposed to be related to Noble? Is that why Donna Noble is in this new thing? She's in the new episode? If you need more mods in YouTube chat, I can help on Wednesdays. She's Donna's daughter. Okay, cool. Here you go, Speedy Shimeji. There you go. Play the ending of the song to get it out of your head. True. My favorite Christmas song is "'Cause the weather outside, 'cause the weather outside is weather, and soon it will all be weather." What is that from? The weather outside is weather. I've heard that song before. Ooh, I just watched The Bicentennial Man for the first time. It was weird and funny at first, but then it just got really deep and still weird. I need to watch that movie again. Bicentennial Man is a movie where Robin Williams plays an android who gradually finds himself being more human and ends up in this like legal battle to be recognized as a person. Yeah, Bicentennial Man, right? Gay Fesh is like, I seen it. I've seen that movie like once when I was really young, and I want to watch it again because it's really good. Hello, Seattle. I am a mountaineer in the hills and highlands. I call the streets in hospital parking lots. I saw it in a theater. Nice. Yeah, it's Bicentennial Man. Let me look. Hold on. And it's Robin Williams, right? Yeah, it's a serious film of a Robin Williams film. Yeah, Bicentennial Man. Great movie. I really should watch that again. I think that's just the Star Trek TNG episode measure of a man, TBH. I know. Star Trek already did it. Star Trek already did it. But yeah, no, it's a whole movie, and like, I don't want to do any spoilers, but yeah, it's like he starts off the movie as like an object, and he gradually is trying to earn his freedom and like coming to self-actualize and things like this. Yeah. According to Wikipedia, the plot explores issues of humanity, slavery, prejudice, maturity, intellectual freedom, conformity, sex, love, mortality, and immortality. Just a good, when did this movie come out? 1999. Jiminy Christmas. Oh, Sam Neill is in it. I forgot Sam Neill is like the dad. Like at the beginning, he's like the dad who buys Robin Williams' Robot Man. That's a good one. Are we going to get to 100 likes today? I don't know. We're in the part of the stream where it's like we're probably going to decline a bit. It's the short form version of Star Trek. Yes. Robin Williams and I actually have the same birthday. Oh, that's really cool. Different year though. 97 likes. So close. I don't think we're going to hit it today. I feel like I've seen Sam Neill in other movies somewhere. You think? Do you think that you maybe have seen Sam Neill in some other movies? Have you seen this gentleman in some movies? Like, I don't know. Have you seen maybe like Jurassic Park or Event Horizon or the made-for-TV series called Merlin? Yeah, quick, someone make 3 sock accounts. Event Horizon was a good movie. I don't ever need to watch it again, I don't think. I don't need to. Anger management. Sam Neill is not in anger management. You're thinking of, shit. Jack Nicholson? He was also in Thor Ragnarok playing Odin in the acting scene. True. Come on, yeah, Kelsey says, come on, you bastards, let's get to 100. We're so close. 99 likes. I got 99 problems and a like ain't one. Sam Neill is just great. I want to see him in more shit, too. He's New Zealander. Dude, wait, what? His name is crazy long. Wait. His name is Sir Nigel John Dermot, quote, Sam Neill. And is this his title? The New Zealand Order of Merit. It's a royal honors system. He's so KNZM and then OBE. Most Excellent Order of the British Empire. A British Order of Chivalry. Rewarding contributions to the arts and science. So his name is Sir Nigel John Dermot Neill. Dermot. Oh my god, he truly is fucking New Zealandish. Dermot. I had to look it up because I don't remember him being in BBC's Merlin. Different Merlin. Yeah, it turns out it's an older, way weirder Merlin. Did we do it? It hasn't updated on my end yet. It still says 99. Did we do it? I know there's a new Hunger Games out, but I feel like even if I watched previous movies before that, I can't accurately critique it without reading the books. The new Hunger Games is about the origin of the Hunger Games. Like the first movie and the first book, we see the 74th annual Hunger Games, right? And then the second book, it's the 75th annual Hunger Games. This one, The Songbird of So the Ballad of Songbird and Snakes or something like that. It's gonna be oh, this movie is the 10th Hunger Games. It's not the original one. I thought it was supposed to be like the founding of the Hunger Games. But yeah, it's still not showing me that there's 100 likes. It just doesn't want to update me. It's like, nope, you're stuck at 99. I'm like, okay, fine. It's about Snow. Okay, yeah, because Snow would have been too young on the first Hunger Games. So it's about him coming into his power, and so he would have been in power for like 60 some odd years by the time we meet him. So he's in his 80s or something when we meet him in the first ones. Yes, the new one is a prequel, and I'm not sure if there is a book. Is there a book? The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. Yeah, it's a 2020 novel. So 2020 novel, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. She did write that. It's a prequel. The movie is based on the prequel book. He's in his late teens, early 20s in this movie, yes. The books are wonderful, but I refuse at this point to critique adaptations from books because it hurts me. I just critique the merits of a movie, and if it relies on you having read the book, it actually loses points. Yeah, I think that's totally fair. Dude must be hella old, 73rd. Yeah, so 74th annual Hunger Games. If he took over at the 10th Hunger Games and he was in his teens or 20s, then yeah, he's in his 90s. Hunter Schafer? Who's Hunter Schafer? I'm gonna have to start calling him Sir Sam Neill. What do I know Hunter Schafer from? Oh, she's trans. That's why I know her. Trans girl from Euphoria. Okay, she's from Euphoria. And she's in The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. Cool. That's neat. I don't know if I guess I would need to read The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes because I really do enjoy The Hunger Games. Like, I love those books. I actually need to reread the second and the third books at some point. George Takei is golfing at my fiance's work right now. Nice. My fiance's, I gotta leave, actually. I just misread the word fiance as fiance, and I need to leave. Oh no. Oh god. I haven't watched Euphoria either. Yeah, I'm not really interested in watching Euphoria. It also takes place in the future, so I'm sure the rich people have lots of life-lengthening things. Yeah, I mean, in the Hunger Games, you know, they have the ability to fix Katniss's deafness in one of her ears, and they do all these incredible medical things. Like, I'm sure that in the Capitol, they have ways of extending your life, you know? Okay, look, it's finally showing me 101 likes. Beautiful. Fiance. Shut up, Captain Cougar. Okay, I'm ready to get out of here. Thank you so much for hanging out today. We've had a nice long stream. Thank you all for your donos, for your likes, for your shares, for your comments, your subscribes. Again, I just want to remind you, if you didn't already know, I just opened a merch store, and for Cyber Monday, you can use code CYBER23 at checkout and get 23% off. That's a sweet deal. It's probably one of the best deals that's ever going to be public, so get it while you can until Tuesday. Yeah. So, and if you do get merch, take pictures of it and post it online, because I want to see it. I want to see it, okay? So, thank you all for hanging out. Love you very much. Parasocial loves. And we'll talk to you next time. Okay? I'll see you Wednesday. Bye.